Lovely to see so many of you here on our last day at conference. So first things first, put your hand up if you were at Glee last night. Well done, everybody. Well done for making it in on time. Excellent job. Right, we are now going to move on to F36. This is our emergency motion on protecting the European Convention on Human Rights. You will find this in your daily bulletin. So if you've not already picked one up, grab one, you can get them from the front. Otherwise, you will find the text in your conference extra on page 37. And we've got a standby chair down here, so if I call you to stand by, if you could sit there, and then we'll realise if anyone has put in a card and not managed to show up, we'll figure that one out quite quickly. Can I ask Dr. David Nicholl to stand by, and I now call Layla Moran MP to move the motion.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, conference. Yes, I was at Glee. I apologise for my voice. But I want to start by thanking all of you who voted for this emergency motion, because this is an emergency. I am sure you are all as appalled as I am by the comments made by the Home Secretary this summer. Suella Braverman has said her personal views are clear, that the UK should leave the European Convention on Human Rights. In fact, I don't know if you've seen in the news, but Suella has had quite the last 24 hours. The latest from her trip in Washington is apparently she also wants to pick apart the Refugee Convention. But on the ECHR, the thing is she's not the only one. Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick also floated the possibility, and we've heard reports that the Conservative Party may be planning on running on the next general election on a ticket of taking the UK out of the ECHR conference. This is unprecedented. Just a few years ago, those members of the Conservative Party who are advocating for this were on the backbenches. They were on the fringes. The widespread consensus across British politics was that the ECHR is an important guarantor of human rights and a crucial part of our commitment to protect, defend and promote those rights across the world. Conference, the lunatics have well and truly taken over the asylum. And I'm sad to say that doesn't this say everything you need to know about the current Conservative Party? 20 years ago, this proposal will have been dismissed as a ludicrous idea, and now it is frankly being welcomed. So no wonder decent people across the United Kingdom are saying enough is enough and are instead choosing to back the Liberal Democrats. And if they want to run a general election on whether or not we should leave the ECHR, I say bring it on, because it is plain for all to see. And the idea of leaving the European Convention on Human Rights is nonsensical, and I'm going to give you 3 reasons why. The first, because it was a British invention. Winston Churchill played a crucial role. He was the key architect of the convention, and we were the first country to formally ratify it. We have a proud history here. The ECHR is an important part of our global reputation. And if you care about Britain playing a leading role in the world, and we do, then staying in the ECHR is a no-brainer. The second reason, and this one tells you everything you need to know why we shouldn't leave, is that there is one country who has left. Does anyone know? Russia, correct. Well, the Conservatives seem to think that's fine, although given the alleged origins of some of their donors, maybe not so surprising. And third, and this is vitally important, we remain in the ECHR because it underpins the Good Friday Agreement, the crucial treaty that underpins peace in Northern Ireland, a treaty which the Conservatives, as they wrecked our relationship with Europe, have been all too happy to play fast and loose with, and has deeply damaging consequences. No party that truly cares about the United Kingdom, about the family of nations, and which is serious about governing and making lives better for people across the UK could ever advocate leaving the ECHR and potentially wrecking the Good Friday Agreement. So, let me be clear, this is a terrible policy. But Conference, I am concerned, because this Conservative Party has made clear that there is no idea too stupid. There is no delicate situation that they aren't able to mess up. There is no brewery that they aren't able to turn into the proverbial no Conference. I am worried by the way the Conservatives have already been backsliding on the ECHR. Earlier this year, when they passed their cruel Illegal Migration Act, one of the worst pieces of legislation we have ever seen, one which we opposed as Liberal Democrats, they invoked the ability to ignore the court's injunctions for the first time. Conference, Liberal Democrats will scrap the Illegal Migration Act in full. Conference, we know that as Liberal Democrats, we are the most pro-European political party. We believe that Britain's best future lies at the heart of Europe, and we will fight this attempt to drag us out of the ECHR tooth and nail. This divisive, populist politics will not work. Decent people see through what the Conservative Party are trying to do, so I commend this motion to you today. I look forward to your speeches, and I urge you all to support it to show our strong support for the European Convention on Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. Can I ask Adrian Hyrilainen-Trett to stand by, and I now call Dr. David Nicol, who is our PPC in Bromsgrove.
Conference, as Liberal Democrats, we should defend the UK's membership of the ECHR to the hilt. You either believe in the rule of law or you don't. Suella Braverman clearly doesn't. I could argue that as I'm originally from Northern Ireland, that withdrawing from the ECHR would risk the Good Friday Agreement and peace in Northern Ireland. It will. You either believe in the rule of law or you don't. Rather, I will argue that planned ECHR withdrawal by the Conservatives is part of a sustained attack by them on human rights legislation. Winston Churchill must be rolling in his grave. We must stand up for the ECHR. You either believe in the rule of law or you don't. I will let you into a secret. Sometimes politicians make political decisions that have nothing to do with the rule of law. For nearly 20 years, I've worked on human rights cases with the legal charity Reprieve. For over 10 years, I campaigned with many of the people here in this room for the return of British residents being held without charge in Guantanamo Bay. Conference, you will be aware that a number of British women and children are currently being held in detention without charge in northeast Syria, in a camp that has been described as Guantanamo in the desert. Conditions are inhumane and degrading. Most are children. My MP, Sajid Javid, when he was Home Secretary, made the decision to remove their citizenship. I believe that was a mistake. None of them have been charged with a crime locally, and the detention is unlawful, arbitrary, and indefinite. Reprieve's investigations indicate that more than 60% of the British women currently detained are likely victims of human trafficking, some when still children. To date, I am the only British doctor to have examined any of them. Ironically, Reprieve approached me about the case of Leila, that's a pseudonym, by the way, that we used with the Sunday Times, nearly 2 years ago. I examined her twice, remotely. She's in her early 40s and has a son aged 5. She suffered a stroke and has epilepsy following a bomb explosion, which has left her significantly disabled. One of the most pathetic aspects of the consultation was watching her young son try and lift his mother's paretic right arm whilst examining her remotely. Such as the Foreign Office's intransigence, they have yet to reply to my medical report 2 years later. The most Kafkaesque and barbaric aspect is that the best thing that could happen would be if Leila died from a seizure. At least then, the UK would allow her son back to the UK. Britain's main allies have all repatriated most of their nationals from northeast Syria. More than 1,000 foreigners have been repatriated this year alone. As a neurologist, I believe Leila and her son are no threat to anyone. They should be returned to the UK to be cared for by a family. Clearly, if there is a criminal case to answer, this can be addressed in the UK. You either believe in the rule of law or you don't. Please back this motion. Leaving the ECHR would be at odds with British values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Judith Wilkinson to stand by, and I now call Adrian Hyerlein-Trett to speak for the motion.
Good morning, conference. Well done to all of those that have made it from the Glee Club last night. My voice is rather cracking, so I hope it will carry on through the next couple of minutes. I want to urge us to support this motion on the European Convention of Human Rights. It's one of the most important pieces of legislation that supports and includes trans and non-binary people. As you know, many of you in this room, I'm non-binary, and I wanted to make this very clear that the Convention provides support and belief in the fact that people have the right to change gender. The European Court of Human Rights ruled on the 11th of July 2002 in the Goodwin and I versus United Kingdom 2002 FCR 577 case that a trans person's inability to change the sex on their birth certificate was a breach of their rights under Article 8 and Article 12 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, as a party that supports trans and non-binary rights, there is no way we are going to be leaving this Human Rights Convention. And it's an absolutely shame that the Conservative government, under Suella Braverman in the Home Office, can think that this is something we would want to step away from. It completely goes against the values of inclusion, the values that we hold so dear as a party. None should be enslaved from poverty, conformity, all that in our constitution that believes that we believe in this. And this is why it's so important that today we reaffirm our belief in the European Convention of Human Rights, because it also makes us distinctive from the Conservatives going into the next general election. We have a very clear place where we belong as a party, and therefore that's really important that we sell this and make sure people know exactly where we stand on it. So I'm not going to make my speech longer than that, but just to make sure that we support this as a European Convention on Human Rights and inclusive of our trans and non-binary friends in our party.
Thank you. Can I ask Simon Hughes to stand by, and I now call Judith Wilkinson from Cheltenham, who's speaking for the motion.
Conference. A few weeks ago, the Justice Secretary gave an interview on Radio 4 where he said that lawyers should keep their political opinions to themselves. But I've got a few declarations of interest that I have to make there. Firstly, I'm a lawyer. Secondly, I've got quite a few political opinions and I struggle to keep them quiet. I've stood for Parliament. But it also happens to be true that the Justice Secretary is currently my MP in Cheltenham, although I'm hoping that before too long he'll be replaced by our excellent PPC. And I should also say I am quite biased on that because I'm married to him. But why is it that so many lawyers, like me, felt the need to speak out recently in a way which we probably would have kept quiet in the past? It's because some things are so egregious that we can't just leave them unchallenged. And to me, one of those things is the suggestion that we should leave the European Convention on Human Rights. As the European Convention and the Human Rights Act that incorporates it into our law are a fundamental part of protecting our rights, everyone in the country's rights, and protecting against abuses of power by the government. Now, others here today, I'm sure, will speak about and have already mentioned the appalling demonisation of refugees that's triggered the most recent debate on this issue, and also the damage that would be done to our country if we were to leave the Convention. But I want to give you just a few examples of how the Convention affects everyone and could affect anyone in this room by protecting our day-to-day rights, from the examples from the work that I do as a barrister working in healthcare. So firstly, if your family were to suffer a tragedy and a member of the family were to die whilst they were under the care of the state, and that covers a wide range of circumstances that could happen, there's an obligation now for a thorough investigation into how that happened. And there are numerous high-profile coroner's inquests and public inquiries that wouldn't have happened before the Human Rights Act incorporated the Convention into our law. Another example, if you're a member of a profession that's regulated and you end up in front of a disciplinary tribunal because someone has made a complaint about your work, where you could lose your career, the chances are now that you would have a much fairer hearing than might have been true in the past because of your convention rights. And a third example, if you had a mental health crisis and were taken into hospital, there would be protections in place for you with regards to detention, with regards to your right to family life, which wouldn't have been there before the convention became part of our law. So there's a lot of misinformation and misrepresentation out there about how the Human Rights Act and the European Convention operate. But conference, it affects all of us. And whilst we might not notice day to day that it's there, I can assure you that if those rights were taken away when you needed them, you would absolutely notice. So I urge you to please vote for this really important motion today.
Thank you so much. I now call Simon Hughes, former MP and former Minister for Justice and Civil Liberties. And can I ask Elizabeth Adams to stand by?
Chair, Conference, thank you very much. This is so important. So important, not just that we should protect the ECHR, but that we should promote it. And I want to add some arguments later to the ones you made for why it's so important and so important now. 70 years ago, this came into force. And when the Human Rights Act came into force 13 years ago, it gave us the right directly to apply human rights in this country without having to go through all the processes and go at the end only to Strasbourg. We have no written constitution. We have a few clauses left of the Magna Carta and habeas corpus, but therefore we have no domestic guarantee of our rights. And I don't know whether you've noticed, but Parliament doesn't always get things right. We cannot assume that Parliament will always defend all the rights of the people. An unrepresentative Parliament can make some terrible decisions. This is particularly important for minorities, particularly asylum seekers and refugees, but all minorities. And we would lose all credibility, not just across Europe, not just in Ukraine, but in the Commonwealth countries around the world where there are huge human rights issues, if we started to pull back. Between now and the next election thereafter, we must challenge every candidate who is standing and every MP to make sure that they commit to defending the human rights of the European Convention. We must also not be misled by the clever idea that the Tories might think of having a referendum about it in their manifesto. They won't commit to get rid of it. They will say, we'll bring that to the people. That is an equally dangerous proposition because it opens the question that for several years we might leave, and that undermines the whole nature of the process. I'd like to ask you also to do one other thing. I think we need to take this out so that our young people understand it. This is so important for young people. Please look at the convention, look at the list of the rights in the articles of the protocol, put them up on a little notice in your kitchen or in your hall. Make sure your local primary school and your secondary school have them available. Rights that protect abortion rights, domestic slavery, adoption by gay people, wearing religious symbols. There are so many really practical things. And last point, the Tories at the last election fought it on take back control. I do not trust our Parliament to take back control and do right and justice. We have a system that's worked for 70 years. We must not allow us to be the final adjudicators of the rights of our people. An international court to which we're accountable is a much safer protection. Go out and fight this case. We are the party of freedom, of liberty, and of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Can I ask Graham Colley to stand by? I now call Elizabeth Adams from Stratford-on-Avon.
Conference, this motion goes to the very heart of liberal philosophy. This is exactly everything we stand for as a party. The Human Rights Act protects every person who lives and resides in this country from the overreach of the state. and it must be protected at all costs. We need to start talking loudly and clearly to combat the misinformation that has happened in the press over the last couple of decades, because this Act protects every single person in this country, and I'm really pleased that we've already heard from other speakers ways in which everybody is affected and protected by human rights. And it's the European Convention and the Human Rights Act that gives every citizen the right to challenge the state in our own domestic courts. Now, I'm a barrister and I practice in family law and education, and I just want to raise a few more points about how the human rights affect people, everyday people, and those who are the most vulnerable in our society. If you know anybody who is disabled, then the Human Rights Act protects them. If you know anybody who needs medical care, then the Human Rights Act protects them. Nobody wants to have to end up in court, but often it's at those times in your life that things are most challenging that you need the protection of your Article 6 rights to a fair trial. And make no mistake about it, that particular right is used day in and day out in the courts because they are currently crumbling under the pressure and underfunding of this government. And it is Article 6 rights that enable people to be heard and be able to challenge their case. And of course, there's the most demonised Article 8 right to a family life. Well, actually, it's not just about migration. Think about children being taken into care, families needing to challenge the state on one of the most important issues to them. Courts being able to deal with rights of children to see and have a relationship with parents. Those are fundamental things that everybody deserves protection for. And so please, conference, don't just back this motion, but go out and talk to people about how human rights keep safety for them every day. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Can I ask Eleanor Rylands to please stand by, and I'll call Graham Colley, who's President of Rights, Liberties and Justice, and he's from Medway.
Thank you. Conference. Almost a year ago, like many, I visited Auschwitz. It is true, it is a place where the birds do not sing. Visitors see the well-known images of the railway track which brought the victims to the spot where the selection was made, and those were sent straight to the gas chambers. Since then, I have been receiving tweets from Auschwitz Memorial, the Auschwitz Museum, showing 1930s photos of ordinary people, just like my family or your family would have been at that time. They come with the comment, they did not survive. Fellow Liberals, there is not just one reason why we should have the Human Rights Convention, but over 6 million. And as many know, David Maxwell Fyfe, a future Conservative Home Secretary, was the prosecutor at Nuremberg and subsequently was asked by Winston Churchill to help draft the European Convention. They understood that never again should governments be allowed to use national sovereignty to abuse the basic rights of individuals and minorities. And without a written constitution, we depend on the Convention to protect us against the misuse of power by government and parliament. And for years afterwards, One Nation Conservative lawyers continued to support the Convention. However, they have now gone, often expelled by those who disgracefully attack lefty lawyers for doing their jobs, or judges as enemies of the people, believing that human rights are just an inconvenience to their populism. The rule of law and human rights are fundamental to our liberal philosophy. That is why Lib Dem lawyers were in favour of incorporating the Constitution into our own law. The philosophy has been supported by leading liberal lawyers such as William Goodhart, John MacDonald, Emlyn Houston, Alex Carlile and Anthony Lester. That tradition is continued today by Jonathan Marks and Alistair Carmichael. Those against the Convention must remember Bosnia and war crimes that we have seen in Bucha and east of Ukraine. Ukraine is, of course, a member, whilst Russia did what the Conservatives would like to do and left the European Convention. In the party, Lib Dem lawyers renamed itself Rights, Liberties, Justice to fight for those principles. In the party and the country, we shall continue to do so. We know we have the support of the party and hope in that fight we will have your individual support. Please support the motion.
Thank you so much. Can I ask Mark Johnson to stand by and now call Eleanor Rylance from East Devon, who holds many offices.
Conference, this move to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights has absolutely nothing to do with Europe. We have been very fortunate for the last 70 years to live in a society where our rights and freedoms are protected for us, and we are protected from the most egregious potential attacks on our freedoms and rights by a supranational organisation that looks after us. I ask you, given what has happened in the last 5 years, how much do you trust our current government to protect our rights? Because I don't. We have lost rights over the last 5 years. The police and crime bill is an example of that. We no longer have the right to freedom of association. We cannot hold a demonstration without potentially being suspected, arrested. The Convention on Human Rights, we've already heard, a lot of the things that I wanted to say have been said already, were set up in the aftermath of the Second World War, a time when private citizens' rights were most appallingly flouted by states in a bloodlust. For the last 70 years, practically everybody in this room has enjoyed the human rights and the protections that have come with that. If you are human, this is about you. It's nothing to do with Europe. As we've heard, the only country in the European landmass that does not belong to the European Convention on Human Rights is Russia, and they withdrew from it because they wanted to be able to do horrible things. If you feel that our national governments shouldn't be necessarily trusted with oversight of our human rights, then you will protect this convention and you will protect the body that enforces this convention, which is the European Court of Human Rights. The Conservatives will tell you that this is about Europe. It is nothing to do with Europe, it is to do with human rights, our human rights of all of us. It's not to do with the human rights of minorities, it's all of us. Minorities are protected within those terms. It's a working document, it's a constantly updating document. It doesn't stay static, it keeps up with social changes. It protects our rights, it protects us all. We need to hold on to it at all costs. And the very last thing we should be doing with a government that we don't trust is to be withdrawing from this. We should be shouting a whole lot more about it. And this, for people outside the chamber, it's about your rights. It's not about just our rights, the rights of the people, Liberal Democrats or people who are interested in this. Is everybody's rights. It's all your rights. Please make more noise about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Mark Johnson's actually withdrawn his card, so I am going to jump, if he's ready, to Alan Collins-Rosal to have you in the hall. Thank you, and thank you for jumping in without too much preparation there. So Alan's from Medway, speaking for the motion. Can I ask David Chalmers to stand by to submit on the motion after this?
Good morning, conference. Absolutely not nerve-wracking at all, not being given 3 minutes warning, but I'll do my best. We've had a lot of hard-hitting stories, so I'd like to add a little bit of brevity to the debate this morning. 10 years ago, UK TV revived the greatest political satire, Yes, Prime Minister, for 6 episodes. In the final episode, the Prime Minister was seeking a control order under anti-terror legislation. Sir Humphrey informed him that a control order requires the consent of the High Court due to the European Convention of Human Rights. The Prime Minister's response to that was, "Oh, it's bloody Europe taking my rights away again." Bernard Woolley pointedly replies, "Actually taking away your rights, Prime Minister, and increasing everybody else's." The best satire is funny and truthful. Now, you can argue the revival in 2013 was lacking in comedy, but it was most certainly truthful. Sometimes in law, a ruling will go the way you want it to, other times it won't go your way. And you pick yourself up and you move on to the next one. You don't throw a tantrum and try to rip up the rule book because you don't like the decision it's led to. Now, some of you know me as the treasurer of LGBT plus Lib Dems. I'm an out and proud bisexual. So perhaps unsurprisingly for my master's dissertation, I explored the relationship between the queer community and the criminal justice system. And one of the things that I looked at in my research was around the armed forces. While homosexuality was partially decriminalised in 1967, it continued to be a criminal offence to be gay in the armed forces until 1994, and even after then, you could still be discharged for being gay. Now, that discrimination was challenged through the courts right up to the European Court of Human Rights, and in September 1999, the court ruled that that ban was a violation of Article 8 of the ECHR. Did the government at the day throw the toys out the pram and threaten to rip up the rule book? No, they immediately suspended the ban and within 4 months changed the law, ending it for good. Bernard's line in Yes, Prime Minister is pertinent. Regardless of government, left or right, libertarian or authoritarian, they are all bound by the ECHR not to violate our fundamental rights. This government does not get it. The sense of entitlement that they should be allowed to do what they want without pesky activist lawyers getting in their way is a threat to us all. Yesterday, it was Brexit. Today, it's refugees. If we do not take a stand and support the ECHR, what will it be tomorrow? Queer and transgender people? Disabled people? Women and girls? Anyone to the left of the Tories? The threat to the ECHR is a threat to democracy itself. I am proud to be a member of a party that stands for the rule of law. I am proud to be a member of a party that stands in favour of our fundamental and universal human rights. And I am proud to stand here today to speak in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for jumping in with very little notice. I now call David Chalmers, who's chair of our Federal International Relations Committee, and after this we're going to move to the vote.
Good morning, Conference. This is a really important issue, and I'm really pleased that so many people have spoken eloquently on this topic. When I was first asked the other day, would I summate on this at 9 o'clock in the morning, at first I thought I'd drawn the short straw, but actually I think, as I said, it's a really, really important issue. And this is actually my first time of summating a motion, so bear with me. Layla talked about how there were the 3 points that we need to remember, which that it was a British invention, that the only country that has actually left the ECHR is Russia, and for what reasons have they done so, seeing what they're now doing in Ukraine. And also that it underpins the Good Friday Agreement and peace in that country and holds our country together. And I think we have to also remember what was being done in the last 24 hours of Suella Braverman and where this will lead to. At the moment, she is attacking this, any rights, but also the next sort of target is she regards refugees and the right for LGBT people to actually be brought into this country and protected. It is something that we need to actually stand by and protect our rights. David reminded us and his comments were that you either believe in the rule of law or not. And it's actually really shocking that we have a previous Attorney General who seems to be so prepared to relax with support for human rights and the rule of law. Adrian reminded us of how that the ECHR protects the rights of trans and non-binary people. Judith talked about how lawyers have spoken up against this and how important it is that they also felt that this was needed to be spoken against and to remind the public of what is happening here. Simon talked about how we need to promote it. It is important. It's not just about protecting. It's a guarantor of our rights. And also how we should challenge the Tory candidates at the next election for their support for the ECHR. And that is a really important issue that we need to take forward into the general election. I won't talk about referenda because my view on those is that they are a tool of tyrants and despots. So let's hope that they don't actually want to go down that road. Elizabeth talked about the misinformation of the press and how the ECHR protects rights of individuals, children in care, people going to court. Also, how practical it is and how it actually affects and protects people's rights on a daily basis in our lives. It's not something just out there. Graham reminded us of a visit that he'd made to Auschwitz and how important back then, when Churchill and the others put this together, they did this so it could never again that individual rights could be so overridden in the interest of national governments. The 6 million speak to us for that. It is a protection against populism, or rather, human rights are an obstacle to populism, and that is how so many regard this. Eleanor talked about the lack of trust in the British government and the fear that the people have, and why this is so important that we have the ECHR. And Alan talked about the bogeyman of Europe and how anything to do with Europe, they tried to use this, but also how the ECHR had ended the discrimination in our armed forces for LGBT people. So we've heard eloquently from everyone, and I think that this speaks to us as a party that we recognise how important it is that the ECHR is protected and promoted, and that we take this forward into the general election as something that we stand for our liberal values. So please, I would urge you this morning to vote for it unanimously so that we support and protect the ECHR. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're now going to move to the vote on this. So the online vote has actually been open for a minute or two, so they're already well ahead of us. So can I see those in favour of the motion? And any against? I do not see any cards against, and the online vote is also pretty overwhelming, so that is clearly carried. So thank you so much. I want to thank my aide, Alison Jenner, my runner in the hall, Hannah Kitching. I'm going to hand over in about 5 minutes to our next chair, Alison Rouse. However, I'm going to seize this opportunity whilst I've got a few more of you in the hall to say this is the last day. If you haven't spoken yet, there's still a few motions ahead of us. There are various board reports and federal committee reports. There's also a consultative session coming up on the general election manifesto. So plenty of opportunity for you to still get your speakers' cards in for the rest of this morning. So I will see you all shortly. Have a good morning. Have a great last day of conference.
I just pressed to mute you all. That's a good start, isn't it? Good morning, conference. Thank you, Jenny. Right, welcome to back to conference this morning. This is motion F37, which is the Child Maintenance Service. Wendy, I'll ask you to come up and speak shortly. Kat Hornsey from Herefordshire, if I can ask you to stand by, please, that would be brilliant. And if we would like to go, Wendy, you're welcome to the stage now.
Good morning, conference. We're nearly there. We just need to power through. Conference, no one wants their family to break apart, but difficult things do happen, and sometimes there is no other option. Sometimes it is the best outcome for everyone involved. But there's absolutely no doubt that the separation of a family is rarely straightforward, and for children especially, it can be extremely stressful and disruptive. And most families do figure out an arrangement that works for them, who has what weekend, who is responsible for buying school shoes, how their finances will be split to support 2 homes instead of 1. And we know that the vast majority of parents want the best for their children. But even then, some need help reaching a financial agreement to support their children, or even getting the other parent to assume that responsibility. And that makes the work of the Child Maintenance Service critical. But conference, as we've discussed so much over the last few days, another part of government is not working as it should. Child maintenance payments are vital for the well-being of children from separated families. Yet around half of children in these families receive no support from one of their parents. That's 1.8 million children at a disadvantage because of one parent's refusal to pay. And this is a problem that the Child Maintenance Service was set up to solve in the first place. A service that ensures that children are getting financial support from both their parents and can extract payments from parents who are sadly trying to avoid paying. But has so clearly failed to achieve that goal, and it is shameful that the government has stood by and done very little to remedy some of the inbuilt issues. So just to give you the scale of the problem, conference, it's now estimated that by 2031, £1 billion will be owed to single parents by the other parent. And at the end of March this year, the figure had already hit 550 million. I'm the MP for North East Fife. We do get CMS casework, and it is incredibly difficult, incredibly stressful, and there are often issues around coercive control and previous domestic abuse. That's why people have come to me as their MP. But those figures that I mentioned, conference, show how ineffective the CMS is at getting money from absent parents, and single parents are rightly furious. And they're furious on behalf of their children. It's no wonder that more complaints are upheld for every 1,000 customers on child maintenance than in any other area of our benefit system. Any other area. To make matters worse, parents must pay a £20 fee for applying to the CMS in the first place. These charges are grossly unfair, penalising the parent receiving funds for the unwillingness of the other parent to pay. Unfit service charges and unpaid maintenance mean the most vulnerable parents and children are missing out on vital funds, and this is pushing many families into poverty. Again, conference, if I go back to my own casework experience, often we're dealing with cases where the children are now over 18. They have missed out on the vital financial support they should have been getting from their absent parent while they were children. But the thing that makes me really angry is not just that single parents are missing out on financial support or that the government is unable to do anything about it. It is that withholding or artificially reducing child maintenance payments is being used as a form of abuse. Because, conference, for those who have been victims of domestic abuse, the CMS is not a matter of choice, but a matter of safety. It is often hard for survivors of domestic abuse to obtain the evidence necessary to get the CMS to increase the amount their abuser has to pay, or indeed to get any money out of them at all. It's a way that even when the relationship is broken down, they can influence and control that other partner. This is just another way that abusers can try to control their victims, and decreased or non-existent CMS payments can make it much harder for families to move forward and establish independence, financial or otherwise, from their abuser. Conference, the system should not be that easy for domestic abusers to manipulate. Currently, 300,000 children are covered by CMS's Collect and Pay service that helps to arrange payments. And over half of these children are from families where one parent has suffered domestic abuse from the other. Reforming the service should be high on the government's list of priorities, but as on so many issues, they are missing in action and uninterested in sorting the mess that causes hardship, pain and suffering to so many families. So that's why today's motion conference is putting forward the Liberal Democrats' plan to make the child maintenance service work for children. We'd start by launching a full review of the service and putting forward reforms to ensure it works for all children and parents. Children growing up in poverty is unacceptable. The government has the power and resources to tackle this and to ensure that children's rights to financial support from both parents is enforced. And they should use these powers. We'd remove the unfair charge of 4% for receiving parents using the Collect and Pay service, as well as that initial £20 charge that I mentioned. In effect, children are shouldering these fees, and combined with unpaid maintenance, it is pushing families further into poverty. We'd also review the formula used to determine maintenance payments to better reflect parents' circumstances, such as the age of their children and their differing needs. Every child is different and unique, and children become more expensive as they get older, meaning that the flat fee payment no longer makes sense for many families. But perhaps most importantly, Conference, this motion commits us to writing into law guidance on child maintenance payments to survivors of domestic abuse. We'd include recommendations on how to extract payment from those using child maintenance as a form of ongoing coercive control and ensure survivors receive the money that they are owed. Conference, I ask you to support this motion and commit us to reforming a service that just isn't working as it should. I'm grateful to you for being here on the last morning of conference to show our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy Chamberlain. Can I call Kat Hornsey from Herefordshire to speak, please? And Simon Lepori. I apologise if I pronounced that wrong. Am I okay? Cool. Simon Lepori from Trafford, just to stand ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Kat Hornsey. I'm a City Councillor in Hereford, and this is my first time speaking. I stand before you in support of this motion and agree with the concerns raised, in particular about the cost of raising a child. But I'd like to draw your attention to the lines 43 to 45, which calls for a review of the formula used to determine the maintenance payments to better reflect parents' circumstances, such as the age of their children and their differing needs. As a single parent of 4 children, 3 of whom have special educational needs and disabilities, I have lived experience of how important it is for this conference to support a review of this formula for the differing needs of children. All single parents face similar needs and challenges, but those with children with disabilities face higher costs for things such as appropriate childcare, adaptive school uniform, for which there are very few suppliers, and to meet the dietary requirements of a child with a restricted diet due to their disability. Reviewing the formula to take account of these differing needs would help parents such as myself to handle the challenges that we face on a daily basis. To sum up, I would ask Conference to acknowledge the benefits that a review such as this would allow in making sure that our children, especially those with special educational needs and disabilities who already face huge challenges, are able to have the best start in life by ensuring that the higher costs of their needs are realised, and this is reflected in the support available to families such as mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kat. And can I call next Simon Lepori, please, from Trafford, who wishes to speak against the motion? Stop grinning. Against the compliance. And also, Josh, if you'll be ready to speak, please.
Thanks. Morning, Conference. Don't worry, I won't be chanting at you like I was last night. I'm only speaking against a few lines in this motion. I agree with the sentiment in this motion. We need to deal with child maintenance payments. We need to reform it. It needs to be developed. My point is, where's our actual idea? And one of the conversations I've had over the past few days with people is, Why isn't it a requirement to place our national insurance numbers on the birth certificates of our children? You want to get money off absent parents? We've got your national insurance number. We're going to increase your national insurance payments, and we're going to give that money directly to the other parent you abandoned with your child. A direct payment, taxed, no matter where you are, will find you. Those two parents don't have to see each other, they don't have to argue, they don't have to disrupt their child's life. That's what we should be doing. And so reform and review, that's my problem. I wish that we'd actually had a solid idea there. That's one idea, and I'll happily talk to anyone that wants to about it. Lines 26 to 28. I say this, and I apologise for any emotion. I am a child of domestic abuse, and 15 years after my childhood, I am a survivor of domestic abuse. I can tell you right now, my mother and myself never wanted to see our abusers again. We never wanted them to be part of our lives. And the fact that my father left and never came back is something, at the age of 42, still hurts, but it was the right thing for me. It is a necessity that victims of abuse with their children need to have payments. But sometimes they'll go without payments if it means never seeing their abuser again. And I think before it, the Child Support Agency and now Child Maintenance are forcing parents, abused couples to still remain in one another's lives. And sometimes we shouldn't be forcing them to stay together. We shouldn't be forcing them to communicate, separate, go your separate ways. You've abandoned your child, just leave. I will be voting against it just for those two blocks, but I urge you actually to support it because it is a good motion in the whole. But I'm going to be that dissenting vote in the room, which we should always have. So thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you very much, Simon. And can I call Josh Bawerundi, please, to summate the motion?
Conference, having been raised by a single mum myself, this debate has meant a lot to me, and hearing the contributions that have been made have been especially profound. Children and their single parents are being let down by a child maintenance system and a government that repeatedly places bureaucracy before humanity. The contributions in this debate have shone a critical spotlight on these injustices. Wendy began by sharing the shocking scale of the problem with the current system. By 2031, for example, £1 billion, or more than that even, will be owed by single parents to the other parent. Shocking. The DWP upholds more complaints for every 1,000 customers on child maintenance than any other area, which is ridiculous. I want to thank Kat for speaking up for families and children specifically with special educational needs and disabilities, and for highlighting just how necessary it is to reform the child maintenance system so that it works for them. I also want to thank Simon for sharing your story, for sharing that with us, and for sharing some of your ideas too on how the system could be better. What I would very much hope is that the very review that is being proposed would solicit all different kinds of ideas that can be considered, that can be fed into making the system better. But I wholeheartedly respect your position, and I also thank you for encouraging members in this room to back the motion that is before us. For me, one of the greatest injustices of the current system is the £20 application fee that single parents are forced to pay to access the funding from their co-parent that their child needs and deserves. As far as I'm concerned, Conference, this is nothing more than a tax on single parents and a tax on children. It's morally wrong. And what's even worse is the rationale. A single mum in my constituency got in touch with me, sharing how far she had got with challenging the government and challenging the minister responsible for that rationale. And I want to share with you that response. The minister said, "The £20 application fee is intended to prompt parents to pause and think about their options before applying. Fees and charges are intended to encourage separated parents to work together." How patronising, conference, for exactly many of the reasons that we have heard from our speakers today. What's worse is how it was signed off. Signed, the Viscount Younger of Lecky. You don't get more out of touch than that, conference. I'm proud that in the face of such a lack of compassion or arrogance, or both, from this government, that this motion proposes to scrap this draconian tax on single parents and make the system work better for those parents and their children. Conference, I also grew up in a home where domestic abuse at the hands of my mother's former partner was rife. Abuse of all kinds. And in that light, I'm also proud that this motion is unequivocal about clamping down on abusers' weaponisation of child maintenance via withholding or reducing payments that the children deserve. The child maintenance system must not be a safe haven, conference, for abusers under any circumstances. Root and branch reform is required, and a full review is required to crack on with that process. Families require it. The government is ignoring it. Liberal Democrats must compel it. That is why I implore you to vote for this motion today. Children and single parents across the country must know that the Liberal Democrats have their back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Right, we will now move to a vote on this motion. So the online voting has started, so that's running at the same time. So if I can please, conference, ask you to raise your pass if you wish to vote for this motion. Thank you very much. If you could lower your cards. And if I could ask you to raise your cards if you wish to vote against this motion. Surprisingly. Right, could you... We'll just check the online vote. So that is overwhelmingly supported and has passed. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you for being here. I put in inverted commas, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. I know some of you were out last night. I would also like to thank the stewards and everyone else for helping me out, because as you know, I have a disability and they've been very accommodating, and I encourage anyone who requires any assistance to attend conference or to access its facilities to talk to the stewards, and they will be able to help you. So, very shortly, in about 6 or 7 minutes, we will move on to item 38 to 42, which is the party business, which is the federal reports, which will be chaired by John Ball. In the meantime, if you are leaving the room, please do so quietly and safely, and enjoy the rest of the morning and afternoon, and thank you very much. Thanks.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to the party report session covering items F38 to F43. The reports are all in the Reports to Conference booklet. The questions start at page 6 of today's Conference Daily. All this information is also available in the Conference app and online via the agenda link on the Conference Live page. Members have submitted far more questions to the committee chairs than there'll be time to answer in this session. But the chairs of the respective committees will provide written answers for all questions we don't have time for. I'd like to remind questioners that Conference changed standing orders the other day to reduce the time for asking supplementary questions to 1 minute, and I also request chairs to be succinct in moving their reports and in answering questions. To save time, we'll be taking the votes on all the reports together at the end of F43, as this will allow those online to vote on them all simultaneously. In addition to the votes on each report, we'll also be voting on whether to appoint Tom Hood to the Federal Appeals Panel. So, will Joe Norris and Fraser Graham please stand by at the intervention mic to ask supplementaries, if they wish. And I now call Mark Pack, our party president, to move the report of the Federal Board.
Thank you, John. The rule I was always taught was that the worse things are going in the party, the more people turn up to party business sessions. So thank you for being here, but not being too numerous in numbers. I take that as a promising sign. But one of the lessons of our 2019 election post-mortem was how important it is for staff and volunteers to feel valued by colleagues. So I want to start with some thank yous to all the staff and volunteers who the board works with and without who we could not aspire to do our job well on your behalf. Thank you in particular to our Chief Executive, Mike Dixon, and a new member of our staff team, Carl Cashman, who directly supports the board. A particular personal thanks from me too to the other 3 board officers, to Amna, Jeremy and Jenny, for all the extra hours they put in that additional role. Our party can only succeed with the dedication of our volunteers and the commitment of our staff. Thank you. As the board report sets out, the strategy motion passed by you, our members, at our party conference earlier this Parliament continues to guide our work very closely. We've been paying particular attention to the party's longer-term financial position in the last few months, so that we can fight the general election campaign we want, but so that the party is also in a fit state to go on to succeed at the elections that will happen after that, particularly the local and devolved elections that will come up early in the next Westminster Parliament cycle. One thing that has worked well in this Parliament is ending 2019 with a large surplus, which allowed us to avoid the usual post-election downsizing of our campaigns team. Instead, we were able to invest in a much larger campaigns team right from the start, allowing more time for the team to develop and ensuring support was in place for all those important elections that happened in the first half of this Westminster Parliament. Without that, we wouldn't have been making net gains in every round of local elections in this Westminster Parliament, and we wouldn't have had the team in place to start that fantastic run of parliamentary by-election wins either. Which is why we're planning, subject to final agreement in the relevant committees later this year, to follow a similar pattern with the next general election, focusing our resources tightly on the seats we have the best chance of winning, because that's first past the post, but also ensuring we have the resources in place to continue winning at other levels of elections in the months and years to come after the general election. Next, an update on 2 items mentioned in the board report. The Federal Appeals Panel has ruled now on the outstanding appeal from the 2022 internal elections, and therefore, as mentioned in the report, that review of those elections is now underway. The board has also reviewed how we fill party posts ourselves, such as the roles on other federal committees that we elect or appoint people to. Based on our experience this year and feedback from others, we've decided to remove the requirement for people to be nominated by 2 board members, because that risks putting people off and making those posts feel like they were really only for already established insiders. Among other changes we've made is allowing for longer to fill such posts, so there isn't such a rush for a new board to fill all sorts of posts straight away. Again, a process that disproportionately benefits insiders who already know what's going on and which can count against improving our diversity. The board is not reporting any changes to the complaints process this time, but we have 2 other items I would particularly like to draw your attention to in our report. First, following the previous reforms that we put to conference, conference now sets and controls the total value of any indemnities the board can issue, such as to indemnify one of our National Party treasurers who may have done their job responsibly and diligently but might be facing legal costs as a result of the personal responsibility election legislation puts on them. Having carefully reviewed the risks that people may face in a Westminster general election year, the board wishes to set the total value of these indemnities that we could issue at £500,000, as set out on page 17 of the booklet. We may not use up all of this limit, and any use of it will, of course, need to be properly approved. Second, we have, as John mentioned, a new member of the Federal Appeals Panel to put to you for approval, Tom Hood. Tom's backgrounds and skills are set out on page 18 of your booklet, and his appointment follows a public advertisement and interview process. Tom's appointment would bring the federal appointees to the Federal Appeals Panel up to full strength. Finally, I'd like to draw your attention to part of the report from the Federal People Development Committee on page 33 of the report's booklet, which reports on the proposed new Liberal Democrat Friends of Ukraine affiliated organisation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that Liberal Democrat Friends of Palestine have successfully gone through the migration process from our previous AO-SAO status and are now an official affiliated organisation too. And with that, I'm very happy to move the report.
Thank you, Mark. The first question, question one, relates to the implementation of the Thornhill review from Joe Norris. Would you like to answer that, please, Mark?
So just a reminder, the Thornhill Review is the sort of post-mortem that we commissioned into the 2019 general election, and it was deliberately made public and put up on the party website because although it's very critical of what we did in that election, by making it available to all members, it also helps keep people like myself, the board and our CEO focused on implementing it. So thank you for a very apposite question, Joe. Overall, I think we've made good progress, although there's no room for complacency, and of course the acid test will come in the next general election. But it's not just me saying that we've made good progress. The board has had the Thornhill Review chair, Dorothy herself, come to the board a couple of times since the last general election to tell us how she views our progress is going. And I'm glad to say that the Federal Audit and Scrutiny Committee, which is the party body that commissioned and ran that original Thornhill report, are thinking of doing another stock take to see on how we're doing. But to give you a flavour of the progress, on the question of the clarity of leadership and decision-making, which is absolutely central to the report, the board's reported conference, or conference has debated and passed, several major changes, including, you may recall, a new and clear set of definitions of the roles of leader, CEO and president, the biggest overhaul in our history of how the board is structured and run, and making the Vice President BAME role a full voting member of the board. We've also, as I mentioned earlier, invested from early in this Parliament in a much expanded campaign field team around the country. We've also got a proper grip of our medium and long-term finances, again, as I talked about earlier, and I think the many improvements in how our staff are supported, managed and respected by members shows through in the huge and very welcome increase in the results from our staff satisfaction surveys. And indeed, ironically, one of the financial pressures this year has come from the huge drop in staff turnover rates. As the Thornhill Review recommends, we've particularly focused our diversity and inclusion work on ethnic minority representation with things like the Project Stella scheme for parliamentary candidates and a new set of diversity targets focused especially on local government. There's a lot more that I could add, but hopefully that gives you a flavour of how we have been taking the review seriously. I'll just add one final comment, which is the Thornhill Review wasn't just about the board or the federal party. It has recommendations that apply to everyone, all of us, all across the party. So for everyone involved in any way in running any part of the party, I would really encourage you to have a look again at that report and think about, are there any more lessons that you can take on board and make sure we've got improvements in place ahead of the general election.
Thank you, Mark. Joe, do you have a supplementary question?
Yep. Thank you very much for that very thorough answer. In your moving of the report, you mentioned AOs, so I've just got a follow-up question on AOs. At your conference, the Young Liberals finance officer asked why YL can't download our member list data from Lighthouse. I know you met with Lucas and Kathy from YL after conference, but the issue still hasn't been resolved. I know this impacts many other AOs and really affects our abilities to engage with our members. So please could you look into this or provide a timetable? Thank you.
Absolutely, and indeed, this was the topic I was tempted to pick as an answer to one of the later questions that's coming up about mistakes the board has made, because certainly I think we have overpromised in the past about what technology the party can provide to help AOs and SAOs, and then the new affiliated organisation status, and understandably, and I'm sorry about this, but I can hopefully at least empathise with the frustration that has caused people. Definitely trying to get things in the right state is important, and one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do soon after conference is sit down with our chief exec and the relevant staff colleagues at HQ to sort of work out what actually can we realistically deliver and what is the right timescale. But as I say, my apologies, because I think there clearly has been a bit of over-optimism in the past from the board about what would be possible to provide to AOs and SAOs.
Thank you, Mark. So we now move to question 2, which relates to the relationship between the board and Federal Council. And that comes from Fraser Graham and Joe Norris, and so they can both ask supplementaries if they're both here.
Thanks, John. So the question asks how many decisions have been called in by the Federal Council the board has made. The answer to that, I guess, is 1 and a bit. The 1 is a decision which will be where the council will hear this call in shortly after conference, which is a call in of a decision we made about the use of non-disclosure agreements and reflecting Layla Moran's campaigning against the use of NDAs, given the way they can be misused to cover up bad behaviour. As that board decision followed sort of a detailed debate and in which we actually had to take a couple of votes at the end of it, I think this call-in is a good use of the call-in process to say here is something that clearly the board had to think about very carefully, that there wasn't one obviously correct answer, and therefore the council making us think through that decision again, I think is a really helpful thing. I said 1 and a bit. The bit was the council was originally going to call in our process around how we fill party posts. As it turned out, the number of council members required to call that in fell 1 short of the threshold, but we said, look, we're still happy to come and do an informal Q&A with the council on the topic, and I think that was very useful, particularly the amount of unhappiness that was expressed in that Q&A session about the old rule of needing to get 2 board members to nominate you for a whole load of different posts in the party. I'm sure that Q&A session helped embolden the board in then deciding to scrap that requirement. So I think it's got off to a good start, I would say, the relationship between the board and the council, and I think particularly that discussion around the processes that we use to fill posts was a really good example of where scrutiny can be most effective, focusing in on the processes and the procedures and making sure they're in shipshape.
Thank you, Mark. Is Fraser Graham here? If not, can Joe Norris ask a supplementary if he wishes to on this question? So yeah, I don't think we've got a supplementary on that. So then we'll move to question 3, which was also submitted by Joe, which is about your committee's worst mistake.
Yeah. So I gave a little bit of a spoiler, perhaps, in answer to that earlier. But I think as the new board has only been running from just before Christmas, we've not had too long to make mistakes yet. So I should probably front up by being straightforward with a mistake I definitely made earlier this year, which was discussing with some party supporters online about how much media coverage we get, why we don't get as much media coverage as we'd like, and some in particular mentioned a podcast that they would really like to see Ed Davey appear on. And I expressed some scepticism, pointing out that the 2 presenters of the podcast were a well-known former Labour senior advisor in 10 Downing Street and a previous high-profile Conservative MP and candidate for his party's leadership. I'm referring, of course, to Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell, and as you may know, Ed did recently actually appear on their podcast, and it went very well. I was completely wrong in my scepticism, I will fess up to that. Joe's question also asked what lesson to draw from that. I think, for me at least, the main lessons from that is, don't be dogmatic. Always take the time to listen to members, because there's so much wisdom amongst members, even if your initial thought might be, I think you're wrong. So I've definitely learned my lesson, and I have, after that podcast appeared, I have gone back to the person who I particularly was sceptical towards and said, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Great, thank you, Mark. We don't have a supplementary from Joe on that, I don't think. So we'll move now to question 4 from Chris Nelson, which relates to safeguarding protocols.
Yeah, so this is a really important topic. On our website, libdems.org.uk/safeguarding, We've got extensive safeguarding advice, support, and a code of conduct for when under 18s are involved in any way in our work. And safeguarding concerns raised with the federal party are all logged, and the log is regularly reviewed by both our Chief Operating Officer and our Safeguarding Officer, in particular to see if there are any patterns that we can learn from or any evidence, therefore, that shows we need to adjust what we do. They both also work very closely with the Standards Office, who support our independent complaint system, and with Young Liberals to help ensure that the right processes are followed and, where necessary, the right action is taken. I mean, as always in a volunteer organisation with a very large number of component parts, several hundred local parties, for example, it can be, I know, a challenge to make sure that every part of the party knows what it needs to do and how and when. So I'm always open to suggestions on how we can better spread the word about the advice, guidance and processes set out on the website. And if anyone does have any such suggestions, by all means grab me afterwards or drop me an email to president@libdems.org.uk.
Thank you, Mark. Is Chris here to ask a supplementary? I don't think so. That's all the questions that we have time for on Mark's report. We'll be taking the votes on all the reports at the end of this whole session, as I mentioned earlier. There were questions printed in Conference Daily for the Federal Appeals Panel, but the chair of the panel is unfortunately unavailable, and so these questions will receive written response. So we've now moved to the next report, which is the report of the Campaign for Gender Balance. So will Janie Little and Fraser Graham please stand by to ask supplementaries? And I now call Councillor Julia Cambridge, the Vice Chair of the Campaign for Gender Balance, to move the report.
Good morning, Conference. So, as ever, the Campaign for Gender Balance has had an extremely busy 6 months since Spring Conference. Candy Piercy, our chair, reports that in the federal board elections in January, she was delighted to be re-elected as chair, and that I was re-elected as vice chair, and Vicky Slade was also elected as the second CGB vice chair. So despite an important round of May elections and the excitement of the by-election campaigns, we've been providing mentoring support for women waiting for approval and parliamentary selections throughout the year. The 3 CGB officers were involved in running our flagship webinar, the Future Women MPs Weekend. Once again, this proved very successful. We trained 14 women, and more than one have been selected as quite high up parliamentary candidates. I led our candidates approval team to success, helping many women get approved as parliamentary candidates. We've been proud to be supporting women candidates with a number of protected characteristics. Now, CGB Chair Candy Piercy has led the team providing support to women applying for specific seats, including parliamentary by-elections. We're very happy with the overall success rate and have had some excellent women selected. We're very pleased to have been able to support and advise the women by-election candidates. CGB Chair Candy Piercy has also been working with Daisy Cooper to identify and support diverse candidates who want to apply for parliamentary seats. We ran 4 training modules at the last spring conference in York. We've presented a larger programme of training at conference this year with 12 training modules, and I would like to put on record our thanks to the conference team for these extended slots. So 10 years ago, we were running more than 20 training sessions at Autumn Conference. We had a dedicated support staff at LDHQ, and we received an annual grant from the party. We're keen that the party considers the need to build a new team of rising potential parliamentary stars amongst our women members. We ask that practical support for CGB should be reinstated if that objective is to be achieved. I'm looking at Mark now. I know Mike Dixon isn't in the building anymore, but that is the ask from CGB. Please resource us, because actually, look at the by-elections that have happened. We can demonstrate the success when we have training, when we have money, when we have resource. But I want to finish with good news. Congratulations to Sarah Dyke MP. And we're all behind you, Emma Holland Lindsay, and all Lib Dems who are up for election in the coming year. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Julia. So we now move to question 1 on F39, which was submitted by Janie Little, and it relates to encouraging more young women to stand as candidates.
Okay, so Janie Little, Chair of Young Liberals, and I like this question because it is to do with attracting young women to the Liberal Democrats and to become and stand as candidates. And I think Janie's a shining example of that. And that's one of the ways that I'm going to start with. I think when women see women, and I know this because women tell me, they see women on our executives, on our board, in high places, doing inspirational things, or leading teams out, door knocking. It's not about a lofty status title. When they see that, you can identify it. So women like Janie, what I would say is keep being an inspiration for women, because if we have that level of visibility, it is going to attract more. If you go into a local party, you go and sit at the exec, you go on the door-knocking rounds, and it is 90% men, or it's 99% men. It's like, who do I identify with? Something has to be done. There isn't a gender balance. So really lead from the front. But there's something else, because it's not just about attracting young women to stand as candidates, it's about the retention of women. And this is where I think we have a challenge. Not to say other parties don't, I think it's across the board. But I will say that there is a deeper embedded culture in our local parties which is off-putting, especially if somebody's run as a council candidate and perhaps hasn't been successful that next time. What we need to be doing is working on our retention. Why won't they stand again? Why did that brilliant woman who CGB had given loads of training to, everyone had supported, why did that woman stand in 2015 or 2017 and now they are nowhere to be seen? I know why they're nowhere to be seen, and it's a culture that we have to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Is Janie around to ask a supplementary? If not, we'll go to question 2, which was submitted by Fraser Graham, which is about the risk of a majority male parliamentary group after the next election.
Okay. So, with our by-election candidates, it's been thrilling to see a majority parliamentary party with that gender balance of women. It's a good thing, but in some ways it's made CGB's task a bit more difficult, because if I had £1 for the amount of people who came up and said, well, you're not needed anymore. We've got all these women MPs. We don't need CGB. You've done your job, great, but actually, where's the training for men? And it sounds flippant and silly, but actually this is the challenge we have. So while we welcome Helen Morgan, Sarah Dyke, Sarah Green, Emma Holland Lindsay, soon I hope, while we welcome that, it has meant that what I go out and explain is there's 650 odd seats. There's about 36% women standing in those seats. It's the same at council level. So don't look at the parliamentary success. Now, we've got a general election coming down the line, and that demographic, that gender balance is going to change. So in brief, what we've been doing at CGB is having our Inspiration Days, our Future Women MP weekends. We've been trying to line women up and give them the training and the skills, the confidence, whatever is lacking there, to go for those seats, stand in those selections, beat everybody, stand for us, and hopefully win. We have quite a few women who are in, I suppose, what we would call target seats or moving forward seats. And it's a very exciting prospect. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Would Fraser like to ask a supplementary?
Can you hear me? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just briefly, can you confirm that those training events are going to remain inclusive to trans and non-binary individuals?
I'd be very happy to do that, Fraser, and thank you for that question because it's really important. And the distinction I made in the report was about people with protected characteristics. We're not here at CGB to define, but it is obviously on record that although it might say women-only training and we are there for the gender balance, of course it includes trans women and non-binary individuals. I mean, that goes without saying, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you, Julia. So those were the only two questions submitted to your report. As I say, we'll take the votes at the end of the final report session. So thank you, Julia.
Thanks.
So we now move on to F40, which is the Federal Campaigns and Elections Committee report. So can Joe Norris and Tim Harcourt please stand by the supplementary mic? And I now call Baroness Kath Pinnock, who is the chair of FCEC, who will move her report.
Morning, conference. A bit early for me. First of all, I want to, on record, thank all the members of FCEC who have been hugely supportive as I took on the role in January from the wonderful Lisa Smart, who is campaigning to win Hazel Grove when the general election ever comes. So I'm building on her foundations and the success she had in establishing FCEC. So FCEC has seen, nothing to do with me, but seen quite a lot of success this year, the by-election success, local election success, of course, that is also with ALDC and campaigners across the country. You know, the communications team have had notable successes with the cheesy stunts, which I actually like, after each by-election win, and also with getting more of our policies and principal people into the mainstream media and on social media. So that's big thanks to all them. Nothing that I've done has enabled that, really. So just a quick word about FCEC. So we've met 4 times so far this year, and our main focus, of course, is on election planning at every level, although obviously increasingly now it's focused on general election. We are concerned about campaigning across the country, but again we focus our attention on those seats which we hope will be successful in the general election. And we are, I have to say, quite determined that resources are focused where the efforts in those seats merit it.
Thank you, Kath. So we now move to question 1 from Joe Norris about your committee's worst mistake.
Well then, what I'd say to Joe is, can you ask that same question at the conference after the general election, and then I'll tell you.
That's fine. Did Joe want to ask a supplementary to that? I don't think you can see it. Not here now. Okay, fine. So we move straight to question 2 from Tim Harcourt about prioritising political reform.
You see, I think there's overlaps and is more in the responsibility of Federal Policy Committee and the manifesto group, rather than the FCEC, whose role is more about putting into practice, into successful effect, what others decide. So I'm not trying to skip that one, but the decision doesn't lie with us.
And is Tim here, and does he want to ask a supplementary? Doesn't look like it. We'll move to question 3 from John Grout about the new party's tech tools.
This is about fleet and targeted email and Lighthouse, all the rest of it. So again, I have to say, it doesn't come under the remit of FCEC, though it is very important. It's one of the tools that are essential if we are going to make very big progress in the year ahead. Personally, I love Fleet. I found it much simpler to use than previous tools that we've had. But I mean, again, I think perhaps pose your question, John, to those who are developing that, and maybe perhaps we'll have a session at our committee about the value that the party has put into those fleet targeted email and Lighthouse and all the rest of it, and a report back at the next session.
Thank you, Kath. Does John wish to ask a supplementary? No, if not, that's the end of the time we have for questions for this report, Kath. So thank you very much for your time. As I say, we'll take all the votes at the end. So we now move on to F41, the report of the Federal International Relations Committee. So if Joe Norris and Fraser Graham can stand by the supplementary mic, I now would like to call David Chalmers, the Chair of Federal International Relations Committee, to move his report.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Conference. It's my pleasure as Chair to move the report of the Federal International Relations Committee. Let me set out by reaffirming that internationalism is one of the core values of our party. It sets us apart from our rivals, and it has attracted many of our members. And we regard FERC as the party body tasked to maintain this commitment. Indeed, since the UK left the EU, it is only the Lib Dems amongst the UK's political parties who have continued to maintain and develop regular and close links with our European counterparts. FERC, through our membership of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, ALDE, and participation in Liberal International, ensure that our voices continue to be heard and respected on the world stage. Following the constitutional changes passed at the Spring Conference, which increased the number of elected representatives on FERC to 8, in May, I led the Lib Dem delegations to the meetings of LIXCOM in Ottawa and to ALDE Congress in Stockholm, opportunities we use to promote our liberal values internationally. And so I'm particularly proud that we led the condemnation of the anti-homosexuality bill in Uganda with the full support of our sister parties from across Africa, and established support for a European framework to combat hate speech in Europe, which again received unanimous support from our European sister parties. Our delegation to Audi Congress included many members for whom this was their first time representing the party on the international stage, and we aimed to make it a fulfilling experience, and our delegation was the most diverse, which enabled individuals to bring their real-life experiences to the discussions, which included the one on trans rights. It is hoped that more party members will put themselves forward to join future delegations, and that we can find ways to support them financially. The Lib Dems continue to play a leading role in supporting the Alliance of Her and the Rainbow Platform, which support women and LGBTQI candidates. Many of our sister parties look to us for guidance and inspiration on matters of human rights, as in the case of Estonia, where the government led by our sister party Reform has just legislated for same-sex marriage. Whilst reluctantly accepting the constitutional changes in ALDE, which restrict the votes of non-EU parties to 33% of the votes cast in Congress, Council and Bureau, we managed to protect the important principle of ALDE as a European party, including EU and non-EU parties alike. And the Lib Dems are taking on a coordinating role with non-EU parties. As we look to rebuild the UK's broken relationship with the EU, we will increasingly need support from within the EU. Our relations with our sister parties will take on even more significance when considering that 12 of them currently sit in government in those countries, 6 of which are led by members of ALDE. At this recent conference, we had a whole delegation here from the FTB, our German sister party, which shows their willingness and keenness to develop relations with us. It is important that our international work is relevant to other parts of the party. The Lib Dem EU Liaison Councillor scheme, which hopefully you have heard of at this conference, has the backing of ALDC and the EU Committee of the Regions, and should be up and running later this year, and will bring us closer together at a local government level. We are also keen to develop relations with other AOs, particularly those representing communities or international issues, to make that connection to diasporas. FERC is also the home of Lib Dems abroad, made up of 3 local parties of Europe, France and overseas, who represent members and supporters living in more than 70 countries outside the UK. Lib Dems abroad are working hard to raise awareness amongst the estimated 2.1 million British citizens whose right to vote in general elections will be restored by the next general election, and are working with the Lib Dem campaigns team in seats where the overseas vote can make a winning difference to make the most of this historic opportunity. There was a training session on Saturday for UK-based campaigners, and the training material is available on the Lib Dems Abroad Overseas Voters Hub. And they have a space in the exhibition area. At this conference, we have overseen a comprehensive international programme with topical debates and briefings for guests from international missions, including several ambassadors and members of our sister parties. FERC also plays an important role working closely with our parliamentarians to help formulate policy on important international issues. For the past 3 years, we have worked on a policy on China, which, although was not debated and adopted by this conference to have the opportunity, we will continue to work on this and to help craft policy and international policy on important areas. Finally, I would like to say that FERC is grateful for the support it receives from the party membership in its international work, that you will consider applying to join for future delegations and think of standing for a place on FERC. Internationalism is at our core and has relevance to the work throughout our party. And I have to thank our international officer, who unfortunately, for resources sake, we only have the support of her 1 day a week. We would like more resources, and we rely on the members of FERC to fill that void, who as volunteers give up their time and energy and knowledge to make sure that our work is carried out effectively. We are a great team, and it is my pleasure to be working with them, and I move this report. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So we now move to questions. First question is the familiar one from Joe Norris about your committee's worst mistake.
Well, I only took over in January as chair, and again, I've heard others saying about what mistakes they made. One mistake I've learned recently is that we didn't listen keenly enough to the voices from our sister parties in the Baltics and Ukraine on what was happening in Russia. And I think that was something which we should learn to do more. I hear this when we're dealing with our sister parties in Africa and also outside. So for me, it's not necessarily a mistake, it's something which we as a party, we need to be aware of, that to take on their sort of positions. So it's how, and that's something which I'm very keen of when I'm sort of dealing with those parties. Yeah.
Thank you, and I see Joe's there to ask a supplementary.
Thank you for the useful and reflective answer. Liberal Democrats have a strong history of leadership within our international political parties and organisations, namely ALDE, Liberal International, Limec and IFLRI, the respective youth wings. You've already touched on this when you moved the report, but could you please expand on FERC's response to developments within the ALDE European political party, and whether FERC feels we, as supporters of European federalism, should have done more to challenge the abolition of the ALDE individual membership system and the ongoing marginalisation of Liberal parties from non-EU member states within ALDE decision-making bodies? Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, we were basically the authority, European authority, to explain to you that they had said that the voting rights of non-EU parties shouldn't exceed 33%. There were moves to actually reduce it even further, and when we had the meeting in Stockholm, there were moves to actually reduce that voting right to 20%, which I successfully challenged. I had to actually intervene at the last, it was a bigger meeting than this, and actually stop it, and we managed to secure that. What would have happened with the individual members, the only way that we could keep that was if our individual members from non-EU states were excluded. And that would have sent a precedent which meant that actually eventually that we could be excluded and just observers in Audi itself. At the moment, we still have equal rights within that. Our votes of 33%, but that is the reality. But the real fear for us and concern was how we were going to be, where this next step would be. So reluctantly, we had to also support the abolition of the individual members. And I know that there is a new group being looked at to how that can sort of connect in the same way as LIMEC. But it was very much the sort of the reality on the ground. We will make sure that we work with the other non-EU parties, and we've been having meetings with them from Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, Northern Ireland, Gibraltar, and also now we're looking to expand that to bring into those from Ukraine and the Western Balkans who are not who are non-EU parties, to make sure that we have a collective voice, and so that we do have positions on the Bureau and also in Congress. So it's something of a reality where we are. We would not want to be there because we wouldn't want to be outside the EU. But equally, even if we were still there, we feel that that's what makes ALDE so strong, to have this grouping of non-EU and EU parties. It is not just an EU, it is a European party. And that is a principle which I would say I defended, hopefully, very strongly, and we succeeded in seeing off measures that would have made it diluted that Europeanism. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So now we move to question 2 from Fraser Graham, which relates to campaigning internationally for the LGBT plus community.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is what I've said before. It's one of the areas that we've really sort of taken forward. I stood on this platform in my manifesto that LGBT rights, but it's not exclusive. So what we also want to do is make sure that we fight for women's rights, that we fight for the rights of the disabilities, people with disability, for ethnic minorities. And so we have been bringing motions. I mentioned the one on hate speech, to develop a European framework, which we worked very closely with our sister parties to enable, the motion in the end was supported unanimously by every single party, and it was passed unanimously. We were one of the original signees to the Dublin Declaration, which calls upon our sister parties across Europe to support LGBT rights, and in a practical way. So in the same way as we've been hearing about our party has support for women candidates, this is actually now across Europe to look at actually how we support LGBT plus candidates and members of those parties. So we're taking what we've learned here even further. Maybe we'll be looking at for something here in our own party in that respect. So whilst I'm chair, this is right at the core of what we do. It's our liberal values, and we'll take those forward. In the debate on trans rights, I mentioned Helen Belcher was part of our delegation and was able to stand up and intervene in the debate from her own experience. And for me, I'm very keen to bring people, groups on and diverse to our delegations. So you very much make sure that if with me on board, it is something that I'm fighting for, and I see it as where we can take the lead as a party, not just in Europe, but also to our other sister parties around the world in the Liberal International.
Thank you, David. Fraser, would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yeah, thanks for that very thorough response. Has ALDE had any sort of response or strategy to the worrying kind of rolling back of LGBT and women's reproductive rights in America?
There has been a response, obviously, something that we've discussed. There hasn't probably been a collective response as such at the moment, and maybe that's one of the next things that we need to do. We've got a meeting in Bucharest in later this month, next month rather, in about 3 weeks' time. And one of the things I'm looking for is I'm going to be trying, maybe bringing an emergency motion around LGBT plus refugees and how we're actually treating those within Europe and the response to them. But that's a very good question. But it is something which we are aware of, but I don't think collectively in my memory that we've actually brought something forward on that, and that is something that we probably should do. It has been discussed in Liberal International, but then that's a sort of a broader grouping. But you've raised something there which I'm quite happy to sort of look at how, and this is what I see for us as a party, we shouldn't be afraid to actually take some of these issues and be bold to get support from our parties and raise awareness for support on these issues across Europe. Thank you.
So thank you, David, for your report and for answering those questions. Those are the only two submitted to your report. As I say, I'll take the votes at the end.
Thank you.
So we now move to F42, the report of Federal Council. So will Joe Norris and Fraser Graham please stand by the supplementary mics. And I now call Councillor Anthony Huck, the Chair of Federal Council, to move his report.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a written report submitted, and insofar as there's any update, I can cover that in the questions. So aside from thanking our fantastic administrative staff, Kerry Buist and Carl Cashman, to maximise the time for the questions, I'm happy to move straight to those. Thank you, Chairman.
Great, that's very helpful. Question one is the question that's been asked to a number of committees from Joe Norris about your worst mistake, or Federal Council's worst mistake.
Thank you very much, Joe, for the question. Obviously, I'm here not to represent my own views, but the views of the Council. The Council's role is to scrutinise the Federal Board, and we do that by reviewing the papers and decisions of the Federal Board and deciding whether to call in any of those decisions, and if we do, whether to go on to overturn them. We also scrutinise by seeking conversations with the Board's senior officers without formally calling in a decision. In the 8 months that the Federal Council has existed, the Council doesn't consider it's made any mistakes in those decisions, but we're only 8 months into a 3-year term, so there's still plenty of time to do that.
Great, thanks very much. I don't think there's a supplementary from Joe from that one. The next question, which was submitted by both Fraser Graham and Joe Norris, is about how many Federal Board decisions have been called in by Federal Council?
Thank you very much. This was touched on as well by the President. A call-in requires 13 out of 40 members of the Council to inform me that they request a decision to be called in. And this is a bar set by conference in the Federal Constitution. A request for a call-in from any individual member can be withdrawn, and if the number falls below 13, then I've taken the view that the call-in falls as well. In addition, the Council has decided by a majority of its members that when determining its standing orders, that members' individual requests for call-in shall not be communicable to the Chair in confidence. They must be shared with the whole Council. Against that background, the Council has so far called in 2 decisions. The first call-in concerned appointment to the disciplinary subgroup. However, shortly before the subsequent Council meeting, 1 or more people withdrew their request, and so the call-in fell. But as Mark said, the Federal Board's representatives had already prepared their presentation, so attended the event, and we had a very useful discussion about the way in which appointments had been made, and I think some helpful comments were taken on board. The second calling is an ongoing matter. It concerns approval by the Federal Board of a paper about non-disclosure agreements, proposing that the Federal Party should have a policy of not using them in certain circumstances and releasing people who may be subject to agreements that have been made in the past. That call-in will be considered by the Council at our next meeting on the 6th of October. The question, as I read on the order paper, was tabled about challenged or sent back for reconsideration. I wanted to clarify that, in actual fact, the power provided to us in the Constitution is to, quote, overturn a decision. That requires a very high bar set again by conference of at least 27 members out of the 40 to vote to overturn, and that number is fixed. It's not 2/3 of those attending a given meeting, it's 27 or more at all times, and so far the Council has not voted to overturn a decision. The written question also asked me whether the Council is too adversarial, and in my view the Council's relationship with the Board is not excessively adversarial. We're dealing with something very important, which is about making sure this party achieves greatness and achieves its objectives, and we take our role of scrutinising the Board very seriously. We ask direct questions and expect direct answers, but the ethos is collegiate and businesslike, and the President certainly hasn't expressed any concern to me that it is too adversarial.
Great, thank you. Fraser, do you have a supplementary on that?
So do you feel that the balance of numbers for the call-ins and for the overturning is correct in terms of the numbers that have been set out in the Constitution?
Well, as Chair, it's not really for me to say that Conference is wrong. Conference has made a constitution. I expect over the course of our 3-year term, we'll be able to reflect on how it's working in practice and may, towards the end of that term, be able to express a view as a council as to whether we would recommend Conference make any changes. But the council has not adopted a view at the moment.
Great, thank you, David. So the next question from Joe Norris relates to is the Federal Council covering all aspects of the Board's work?
The Constitution provides us to have 40 members, and the party has elected a very diverse set of people with a range of skills, backgrounds and interests, and that's extremely useful because it means that broad range of people have different things that they're likely to pick up. And to ensure that we take a comprehensive view, we have a meeting around 10 to 12 days after every board meeting, which are diarised in advance for a calendar year, and we receive all of the board's papers, which council members read and consider before deciding whether to call something in or to seek a discussion without a call in. And of course, if there's any member of the party who thinks there's something important in the board's work that the council ought to look at, then please do write to me or to any other member of the council.
Great, thank you. And Joe, would you like to ask a supplementary on that?
Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned that you had 40 council members. I was just wondering what the attendance is like at the official meetings and at the post-meeting meetings.
I haven't kept score, but and I'd have to check with our administrators. The members of the council are often very busy. Many of them are serving on local authorities or in the House of Lords and other places, but off the top of my head, I think our attendance is typically in the mid to low 30s.
Thank you. And now, question 4 on the formal work plan.
Yes, our work plan is an item at the end of the agenda of each meeting, and this long-term planning is somewhat helpful. For instance, Davy will come to our next meeting on the 6th of October, and that was scheduled since April of this year, and we'll shortly be looking at setting our meeting dates for the calendar year 2024, and I'll be asking council members to identify items that they think in the long term will be useful to look at, and we'll certainly be discussing the right way for us to perhaps pencil in a date for a special council meeting in the aftermath of a general election if the board takes any decisions at that stage. We've recently adopted a set of standing orders, and that provides for the board to, forgive me, the council, to create working groups for small sets of council members to take a deep dive into particular matters, and I'm hoping in the next few months we'll start to see those up and running and being effective.
Great, thank you. And is there a supplementary on that one? Oh, okay, great. So that's all the questions that we have time for. So thank you very much, Anthony, for answering those. So we now move on to F43, which is the report of our Vice President, Amna Ahmed. Can Michael Wang please stand by if he wishes to ask a supplementary? And I now call Amna Ahmed to address us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, and good morning, conference. It is a privilege to be here today as your Vice President, elected by members of our party to continue our work on diversity, engaging with ethnic minority communities, and improving our record when it comes to making sure we look like those people that we hope to represent. And as always, I'm grateful for your support, as is my 11-week-old daughter Yasmin, as I present my report to you today. The preamble to our party constitution reminds us that liberal values are embedded in ideas of equality, fairness, and the ability to live freely without prejudice. But prejudice continues to exist in our society. Sometimes it is really blatant, it is obvious, but quite often it is hidden. The impact of both of these types of prejudice on our fellow citizens can be life-changing when it comes to education, health, housing, to name but a few. This government is too focused on targeting refugees to even consider the impact of prejudice. In fact, they seem to want more of it. And as Liberals, we exist to use our political power to make change, and change that is desperately needed. Policymakers rely on data to gather evidence when diagnosing a problem, and the numbers show that we as a party have a real problem, not just the problems that I've outlined in our society. Fewer than 2% of our members identify as non-white, under 1% are disabled. The latest census shows that 18% of our country self-identifies as non-white, so that's almost 1 in 5 people. And the data also shows that these communities often suffer disproportionately in many social indicators, the ones I mentioned earlier, for example, but also child poverty, school exclusion, lower wages, mental health, all areas in which we have wonderful policies where we could be doing more to ensure these communities are included. We need to ask the difficult questions of ourselves. If we are not attracting these voters to our cause, then are we still living our values? And, being cynical, are we able to turn a blind eye to such a large demographic? We must win elections, and improving diversity in our party is critical to that continued success, despite our electoral system. I'm not the first Liberal Democrat to identify concerns around lack of diversity within our party, but I hope, perhaps too optimistically, but not with your support, that I may be one of the last. Many reviews and reports, including general election reviews, have identified the issues and offered solutions. But my real hope, what I really hope for, is that perhaps we can work together to eradicate the need for my post. The Vice President with responsibility for ethnic minority communities, I mean, it's quite the mouthful, to be honest. But what we really need to do is work on these issues, make improvements, that we won't need to do this because it will be embedded within the work that we already do every day in local parties, at federal board and at national level. So in order to do some of this, and this certainly doesn't fix it all, these are huge problems that I'm talking about within our society, but within our party, the way to do it is to focus and to make sure that we're working on specific areas. And that's what I have done, working with colleagues on federal board and the Federal People's Development Committee. I know I can see many of you in the audience, so thank you for your work as well, to adopt targets in 3 areas. I know targets has been a bit of a controversial word in this conference, but perhaps we can reclaim it today. You'll see those 3 targets outlined in detail in the report, in the papers. But, very quickly, number 1, increasing the number of ethnic minority people elected as councillors, whilst maintaining our progress and improving on it on Tier 1 and Tier 2 parliamentary candidates. Increasing canvassing in target seat wards with high ethnic minority populations, and that is more than you might think, actually, more seats and more wards. And number 3, increase the number of ethnic minority people becoming members by creating and championing an inclusive environment across all national parties. This is actually critical, and I believe it filters through to all the other 2 targets as well. To support these targets, I'm chairing a new working group to bring together our party efforts in these spaces and to hold the party to account. Collaboration across our party is vital to making progress and modelling our values, as we recognise the challenges that racism, ableism, sexism, homophobia cause in wider society and individuals' lives. The volunteer-led work we do as a party in this space deserves to be championed. So today I wanted to hold up the Lib Dem Campaign for Racial Equality, or LDCRE, who are working with the policy unit on the manifesto. You may have attended the manifesto workshops this weekend, spreading awareness of brilliant work done by Lib Dem local authorities, highlighting our work and our membership at Black Pride, and they will be shortly launching a roadshow to work with local parties on better engagement with BAME voters. This work from our AOs deserves to be recognised, embedded into our national strategies and supported by members like you. Please do get in touch with them, especially from a local party level. It's wonderful, the work that they do. As we approach the next As we approach the next general election, we have much left to do. And as always, I, as your Vice President, will continue to champion collaboration across our party to achieve our strategic objectives on diversity and inclusivity. With that in mind, I hope you will show your support for this report today and continue to champion this work in your local party, local committees, and in your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amna. So there was one question which has been received after the original deadline, but I'm using my discretion to take. So I'll read this out because it isn't on Conference Daily, and it's from Michael Wang. What is the relationship between the FPDC Diversity Subcommittee and RDC? How to get involved with the subcommittee?
Great. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for that question. Really good question. And just for those who don't know, FPDC is one of the committees I mentioned in my speech, so the Federal People's Development Committee. And it is actually the committee where the strategic kind of elements of diversity, we obviously filters through Federal Board, which I sit on, but also FPDC is where diversity sort of sits. And the working group I've mentioned is the subcommittee I believe you're referencing. Great. So that subcommittee is just starting to get going. So we have the great thing about FPDC is many of our AOs, for example, and people interested in these issues are already represented. So I mentioned LDCRE, but we also have LDDA, we have other organisations, Chinese Lib Dems, for example. So the idea is that we'll then go to those groups to make sure we have wide representation across the party. But if you are particularly interested in it, and if there's a specific issue that you want brought, then please do come to me, because we are looking at the membership of that working group, but also the idea is that it's an accountability body and also a space to bring those issues together. So RDC, for those who don't know, is the Racial Diversity Campaign and works particularly with candidates. So parliamentary candidates and hopefully local authority ones, but parliamentary candidates in particular. And I would welcome them onto the group, absolutely. So there's no issue there at all, because that's a critical part in that first target that we saw. What was the second part of the question?
So the second part was how to get involved with the subcommittee.
Okay, great, thank you. Hopefully I've answered that already, but do let me know if not.
Thank you very much. Huge respect to you for balancing motherhood and your other responsibilities. So in the past, as a party, we've had, for example, disability-only shortlist or women-only shortlist. In your opinion, would it be a good idea to have ethnic diverse-only shortlist?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because it's like the Rooney Rule. I don't know if you've come across that phrase, but there's a discussion and debate that's been going on about this in the party for a long, long time. I myself have been a parliamentary candidate twice, once in a target seat and a council candidate too. So I know how difficult it can be, not every local party, but it can be really, really difficult to become a parliamentary candidate and particularly in a target seat space. Now, Legally, I think there are some challenges. There's obviously the Equality Act. There are colleagues of mine who've been working in this space and know much more about it than I do. So if you would like to know a bit more, I would point you to Janice, Roderick and Mohsin over at LDCRE, who are really working on this in a lot of detail. But I think one of the reasons we're able to do all-women shortlists was because of the Equality Act. If you remember, Labour also had all-women shortlists. And I think one of the challenges is that there's a worry within the party about the legal elements and restrictions. However, on a principle level, I would support it.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. So thank you, Amna, for your report and for answering that question. We now move to a series of 7... sorry, that was the only additional question that I've received. So I can't take that, I'm afraid. Sorry. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amna.
Great. Thank you.
We now move to a... We now move to a series of 7 votes, which you can take part in here or online. All the votes are open online, so you can vote on them at home. For those in the hall, we'll vote first on whether to approve the report of the Federal Board. So can I see all those in favour of approving it? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. Thank you, Tim. So I'll wait for the online result this time, but please can those online vote on all 7 items, so I don't need to wait each time, so we'll be able to go through the rest of them much quicker. Yes, so that report is very clearly approved. So next, we need to vote on whether to confirm the appointment of Tom Hood as a member of the Federal Appeals Panel, which was mentioned in Mark's speech. So can I see those in favour of confirming the appointment of Tom Hood? And those against? Thank you. Yes, so Tom Hood is confirmed. So now we move on to, can I see those in favour of approving the report of the Federal Appeals Panel? And those against? Okay. And now can I see those, sorry, that was approved, sorry, yes. Can I see those in favour of approving the report of the Campaign for Gender Balance? And those against? Thank you, that is clearly approved. Can I see those in favour of approving the report of the Federal Communications and Elections Committee? Thank you. And those against? That is very clearly carried. Yeah. Can I see those in favour of approving the report of the Federal International Relations Committee? And those against? And can I see those in favour of accepting the report of the Vice President? And those against? Thank you. So that is accepted. Sorry, I've been told I missed Federal Council. Sorry about that. Can I see those in favour of accepting the report of Federal Council? And those against? Great, thank you very much. That is approved. Great. So thank you to all the chairs who reported to us and answered questions. And thank you to the questioners in this important session for party accountability. I'd also like to thank my aide here, Sam Barrett, and my aide in the hall, Duncan Brack. And so I now hand over to Cara Jenkinson, who's chairing the next session.
Good morning, conference. If you could quickly move to your seats and we'll start the next debate. Okay, so the next debate is F44, which is tackling the nature crisis. I'm Cara Jenkinson, and my aide this morning is Eleanor Kelly, and hall aide is Sam Barrett. You can find the motion on page 100 of the printed agenda, and there is one amendment which you can find in Conference Daily on page 11. So can I remind all speakers to keep to time, and could I ask Vicky Slade to stand by, and I now call Baroness Parminter, who is Chair of the Lords Environment and Climate Change Committee, to propose the motion.
Thank you. Good morning, Conference. We've long been at the forefront of protecting the environment. It was Lloyd George in 1913 who said, "The land is the greatest, the most essential of our national assets." And in the 1970s, it was our conference who were debating environmental issues and the climate change decades before the Kyoto and Paris agreements. During the coalition, it was Liberal Democrats who fought for the tax on single-use plastic bags, which has saved billions of them ending up in landfill. And this month, Liberal Democrat parliamentarians secured more protection in the planning process for local nature sites. Today, Liberal Democrat councils are championing the environment. St Albans City and District Council has the highest recycling rate in the country, and indeed 4 out of the 5 top councils for recycling are Liberal Democrat. The Conservatives, meanwhile, have undermined our environment at every turn. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, with 15% of our species at risk of extinction. Remember in 2017 when Michael Gove promised a green Brexit? The same man this month sought to repeal EU rules that protect our rivers from nitrate pollution. In short, Gove has taken back control to level down. It's no wonder Liberal Democrats now run the council in Michael Gove's own seat. Everyone knows our environment is not safe in Tory hands. The facts speak for themselves. The Tories have missed targets for our seas to be in a good environmental status and has made no progress in improving the condition of SSSIs over the last 13 years. And despite household waste recycling flatlining since 2015, Rishi Sunak last week chose to kick the can down the line rather than pick it up and put it in the recycling bin. That's why Liberal Democrats will keep fighting against this government to keep them out of council chambers and out of number 10. At the heart of this paper is a national mission to double nature by 2050. Liberal Democrats are already delivering this. South Cambridgeshire District Council adopted this approach in 2021. We know it can be done. We will do this by doubling the footprint of our most important nature areas, expanding the network, including SSSIs, from 8% to 16%, home to our most precious wildlife like red squirrels, curlews and nightingales. We will double the area of priority habitats across England, working with farmers and land managers to improve for the long term woodlands, meadows, wetlands and coastal areas. And doubling the abundance of species by 2050, bringing us back to the level of the 1970s with targeted measures for saving species on the brink and, where appropriate, reintroducing others, like they have at Knepp in West Sussex, where storks and beavers can be seen again in the landscape. So we need to guarantee a home for nature, but we need homes to live in too. The Conservatives would have us believe there is a trade-off between building and the environment, but we know that's not the case. We would reform our planning system so that the natural environment is able to thrive alongside new homes. And we would demand more of developers, who, conference, let's remind ourselves, have provided almost £60 million, almost a fifth of donations to the Tories over the last decade. We would require new, larger greenfield developments to deliver 100% biodiversity net gain by the end of the next Parliament. This would cost about £40 million a year, pumping vital money into schemes to build back nature whilst building the homes we need. Liberal Democrats are internationalists, and we're not concerned just though with our own environment. That's why this paper puts global cooperation at its heart. We're committed to not simply exporting harm abroad. Turning Britain into a haven for nature does not need to come at the expense of offshoring environmental damage. Part of our global efforts to include holding the highest environmental standards will be in our trade deals, as well as cooperating with our European partners on key issues, including chemical regulations, emissions reduction, and food and product standards. And we would also restore the overseas development budget and DFID, slashed and abolished by the Conservatives, so that Britain can reclaim its position as a world leader, helping the globe tackle climate change and the nature crisis that affects us all. Later this week, we will see the launch of the third State of Nature report. We only have to look to our rivers to know what that is going to reveal. Liz Truss, when Environment Secretary, boasted about cutting environmental protections and inspections, while the current incumbent thinks that reports about sewage being dumped into lakes, rivers and seas are wildly inaccurate. Their legacy is not a single river in England is in good overall condition. I agree with Fergal Sharkey, who said it's down to decades of poorly regulated profiteering amongst water companies and a vacuum of political oversight. We, though, have a comprehensive plan to clean up our rivers. We would abolish Ofwat and replace it with a regulator with a stronger mandate and resources to hold water companies to account. We would transform the water companies by promoting the public benefit model of ownership with higher environmental standards written into their corporate DNA. We will set stringent targets and deadlines for water companies to end sewage discharges to ensure we stop the decline of biodiversity by 2030. And we would launch a blue flag scheme where rivers could be designated with that special status, giving river swimmers the confidence to know that they wouldn't become sick and that environmental standards were being met, with water companies that continue to dump their sewage into blue flag rivers facing punitive fines. And we would introduce a sewage tax on water company profits to fund the cleanup of waterways and a ban on bosses' bonuses for companies that fail to clean up our rivers. Our Lib Dem message to water companies is clear. If you want to continue in business, clean up your act. Conference, the country and the world needs bold leadership on the environment. By clearing up our rivers and lakes, cooperating with our neighbours, reforming our planning system, defending and expanding nature, Liberal Democrats can give this country the leadership on the environment that is so desperately needed. I commend this paper to you.
Thank you very much, Baroness Parminter. Could I ask Bridget Fox to stand by? And I now call Councillor Vicky Slade, who will be moving Amendment 1.
Thank you. Conference, this morning I've hot-footed it straight over from my happy place. Upton Heath overlooks Poole Harbour and is one of the most wonderful places, as Baroness Parminter knows for herself when we toured it quite a few years ago. It's the home to the Dartford warbler and the nightjar, to all 6 native species of reptiles, and it's covered with a blaze of colour from the gorse and heather, not to mention the constant buzz of insects enjoying the bogs that run along its lowland areas. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see lots of pictures of it. These special places have been impacted over centuries from human actions, but the action of many nature organisations alongside the local authorities, we're turning these around. Local authorities own and manage so many areas of public space, from highway verges to the cliff tops out here with the grazing goats that you will have all witnessed. But these councils are in crisis. Councils are having to make difficult decisions to stop funding things that are not a statutory requirement. And these will have not only devastating impacts on communities and the health and well-being of our people, but also on nature too. This amendment is about recognising the role of local authorities in improving those natural areas, in protecting and monitoring our seas, in staffing the departments whose job it is to fight for nature, and most importantly, ensuring that the funding goes hand in hand with those responsibilities. Biodiversity net gain is a fantastic opportunity, but few councils have the resources to employ ecologists and specialist environmental planners who can make sure that large, well-managed schemes can actually be not only set up, but maintained and enforced. It is simply not acceptable for developers to get away with a few bat boxes and wander off after a few years. We also have a huge opportunity to impact emissions. What we buy, how we deliver our services, and our ability to reach communities is extensive. We retain trust from our communities, but we need investment in equipment, in training, in helping us to support that message. Local authorities that manage our coastal areas are a massive source of income to this country. They provide millions of jobs in tourism, jobs in fishing, and staying local for your holiday has a massive positive impact on the environment too. But poor water quality can be devastating. So this amendment also seeks to support coastal towns, giving them the powers to maintain water quality and make sure people trust how that message is delivered. We shouldn't have to rely on charities like Surfers Against Sewage to tell us there are spillages, but it's actually the quality of the water and its safety for us and for what we eat that needs to be shared in a trusted way. This is a brilliant motion. It's about time we talked about nature, the nature that so many of us experienced in a way we've never done before when we were during the COVID pandemic. We explored places on our doorsteps that we didn't even know existed. But that nature is in crisis and we have to take action. Please support this amendment so that the crucial role of local authorities in that work can be properly recognised. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vicky. If I could ask Stephen Hunter to stand by, and I now call on Bridget Fox.
Good morning, Conference. Some 75 years ago, the poet John Betjeman, like me from Islington, came to Bournemouth and wrote that the town was dressed in a large and wealthy coat of precious furs, not fur, but fir trees. We love our trees, and rightly so. A single mature oak can support over 2,000 species. Woodland soil is a vital carbon store. City trees cool and clean our air and lift our spirits. We cannot live without them. But while we may be a nation of tree lovers, even tree huggers, we are also the least wooded country in Europe. Our average tree cover around 13%, unlucky for some. And even in our leafiest areas, trees are being lost to development and disease, with ash dieback alone threatening 80% of our native ash trees. No wonder that the Committee on Climate Change has urged making tree planting a priority, as well as protecting the woodland we already have. And Liberal Democrats are leading the way, as we've heard, with councils across the country doing amazing work. Stockport's community orchards, Eastleigh's tree nursery, Wokingham's garden forest scheme, Eastbourne's Trees for Eastbourne project, to name but a few. Somerset has just launched its plan for planting 240 hectares of new trees and woodland each year, a project launched by Sarah Dyke, while North Norfolk has already delivered its pledge to plant over 100,000 trees, one for every resident. Just some examples, Conference, and as you know, there are many, many more. What a contrast with the broken promises from this climate-careless Conservative government, who, alongside all the other failures on habitat loss, on filthy water, have missed their own tree planting targets year on year, every year. This policy, our policy, puts that right, with better protection for irreplaceable ancient woodland, more tree nurseries, producing healthy stock, creating green jobs, more funding for trees on farms, agroforestry, alongside natural woodland regeneration, all contributing to that essential life-saving increase in woodland cover. Conference, the proverb says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. We have no more time to lose. Please support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bridget. Could I ask Caroline Voden to stand by, and I now call Stephen Hunter.
Good morning, Conference. I am a biologist by training a long time ago. I know about niches, and a lot of people seem to think nature is a niche issue. It isn't. I know about niches because my doctorate was on Antarctic seabird ecology. You can't get much more niche than that. But our wildlife, our natural environmental system, ecosystems are all in deep trouble. Actually, they've been in deep trouble for quite a long time. We desperately now need to do something about it seriously. We need a land and sea use strategy that covers the major issues, the issues of pollution, the issues of habitat loss, the issues of invasive species, another of my pet subjects, and about all the things that impinge on our total environment. That will take resources, a lot of resources. It will mean that we need to ensure that those resources, public funds, go towards public goods. And I say that with slight trepidation because I was speaking to Andrew George last night, who told me he invented that public money for public goods, and he wished he'd copyrighted it, and I guess I'm going to get a bill afterwards, but there we are. We need to see that things are turned around. This is not just about stopping things, it's about recovery. You've gathered I'm into my birds. We have swallows in our garage. We have a pair of swallows that breeds every year. Used to be one of about 20 or 30 pairs in our village. We are now down to 2 or 3 pairs. We've lost turtle doves in our area altogether. The curlews are going. Some of the butterflies are in deep problems. And that's before you get to those little brown things that crawl around underneath, which most of us don't even know how to identify, never mind know whether they're disappearing or not. The plant life across the North Yorkshire coast, with which I am familiar, is really impoverished. There are little pockets of things where people say the last few plants of this species still exist. What are we going to do about it? So I urge you to support this motion very strongly. I think we will need to think very carefully about where we spend these resources. I am ex-DEFRA. My wife is from ex-DEFRA. And she said to me once, well, of course, DEFRA is the most important department in government because we're helping save the planet. And that's the most important thing in life. So we will need to think about who supplies these things. We will need to think about our departments. Richard, who chaired this group, has heard this before.
Could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, we need to get the right money in the right place. So maybe, if I'm still alive in 10 years' time, I've still got swallows, and maybe my neighbours have them back again. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stephen. If I could ask the speakers that I asked to stand by to come and sit by the chair down there, just it speeds things up. Could I ask Danny Chambers to stand by now, and I now call Caroline Voden.
We've talked a lot this weekend about net zero with regard to agriculture and with regard to housing. There is no question that it is imperative that we address our attempt to reach net zero. And one of the most important carbon stores in the UK are peatlands. But 80% of the UK's peatland has been degraded by human activity, draining the soil for planting trees and crops and digging drainage ditches. That's a bit of a tongue twister. I'm working to be the next MP for Totnes. And part of my huge and very beautiful constituency is a bit of Dartmoor, not the whole of Dartmoor, just a little bit of it. Dartmoor is one of the UK's most important peatlands, and the University of Exeter estimates that just 1% of the deep peat on Dartmoor is healthy, just 1%. The majority of it has been severely damaged by drainage, by cutting, drying, and erosion. Why do we need healthy peat, you may ask? Healthy peatlands are home to plants, mosses, and grasses. They become a habitat for threatened birds, and they support frogs and dragonflies and beetles. But perhaps even more importantly, in the climate crisis we are in, peat bogs play a crucial role in the carbon cycle. They have the potential to offer a significant nature-based solution to carbon capture. But Dartmoor is subject to many competing and sometimes conflicting demands from nature conservationists, from farmers, and from walkers, swimmers, and campers. I was one of those thousands of people who joined that mass trespass on Dartmoor in January to reclaim the right for wild camping. And it was truly magic. And I believe that the wealthy Tory donor who has donated to my Conservative opponent's campaign has actually done more for the access movement than anybody else. So how do we weigh up these competing land uses? How do we tell farmers who graze their sheep on common land that they can no longer do so? We have to use public money for public goods to provide environmental payments for farmers so that they can reduce their grazing, so that the damage to the peatlands is reduced. The Dartmoor Commons Act was written in 1985, and I believe it's time we revisited it with the climate crisis as a focus. And I hope that Richard Ford, myself, and potentially other Liberal Democrat MPs from Devon will be part of a campaign to reimagine Dartmoor, to promote the restoration of its peatlands, to protect its sites of special scientific interest, and to allow access for responsible leisure activities like wild camping, hiking, and swimming in its rivers, and to support its farmers through environmental subsidies. There are many aspects of Dartmoor that we need to protect, but its deep peatlands are crucial, re-wetting and restoring them so they can do their bit to help us address our climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Rob Rees to stand by? And I now call on Danny Chalmers.
Well, I'm very fortunate to live in Winchester, live and work in Winchester in the Meon Valley. And we have two rivers going through Winchester and the Meon Valley. We've got the Meon and we've got the Itchen, which flows right through the heart of Winchester. And these rivers are interesting because they're actually chalk streams. And chalk streams are very unusual habitats. So there's 210 chalk streams in the world. 85% of them are in England. And the biodiversity is so unique that they've been designated sites of special scientific interest. And just about 2 years ago, scientists discovered that the type of salmon in southern chalk streams are actually genetically different to the Atlantic salmon that we see through the rest of the country. So it was absolutely shocking when the Tory MPs for Meon Valley and for Winchester voted to allow water companies to continue dumping sewage in sites of special scientific interest. Because these water companies and Tory MPs who allow this to happen are guilty of ecological vandalism. It probably shouldn't surprise us too much because they also voted to allow fracking, ignoring decades of warning from scientists about our climate emergency. And if we've learnt one thing of the actions of Conservative MPs in this Parliament, whether it's about sewage dumping or net zero or tackling the climate emergency, is that we need to stop electing politicians who completely ignore science. And one reason I really support this motion is because we do not ignore experts. And it shows that we take the climate emergency seriously. It shows that we take biodiversity and habitat loss seriously. And it also shows the public that we have a practical plan to stop sewage dumping and to tackle the climate emergency, so we can be very proud when we go out campaigning, being the party that has a proper plan to tackle this climate emergency. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is, of course, Danny Chambers. So could I ask Charlie Clinton to stand by? And I now ask Rob Rees to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Last night at Glee Club, if you were there, if you managed to stay up late enough, we sang Jerusalem at the top of our voices. And living in the north, coming from Sheffield, I speak to people every day who remind me of what this country was like not only a few decades ago. Especially in Sheffield, where the phraseology of dark satanic meals still rings true in the memories of those of the community. I wasn't intending on speaking on this. I was hopefully having a day of recovery. But I went for an early morning swim, and if it wasn't the end of conference this evening, I would have invited each and every one of you to join me tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. We're lucky in Sheffield that we have got massive amounts of green space. I enjoy wild swimming, I enjoy hill walking. But I'm going to take this off in a slightly different direction. We had a brilliant motion on health earlier in this conference. And you might think, what is health and biodiversity got linked? I've suffered for a while with bouts of poor mental health. One of the things that really fixes my brain when things go wrong is either taking a dip in one of our rivers in Sheffield, or by going walking through our forests and on our peaks. So this nature and biodiversity motion is not only about fixing the things that are going wrong in our green spaces, in our farms, in our countryside, but it's also factoring in fixing this country's health. If we make our green spaces, as Caroline said, if we give people access and a right to roam on our hills in our countryside, then hopefully we can take the initial steps of trying to preemptively fix an issue that many people suffer from. So I do ask conference to support this motion. I would like to make a point that there is no wording in this motion for our urban green spaces. 84% of the UK population lives in our towns and cities. The policy paper talks of it, but there is no wording. I would like to see a better commitment by this party in future to think about our parks, think about our pocket parks, our microgreen spaces in our urban areas, because we are not doing justice by those living in our towns and cities who are also suffering from poor mental health. So I repeat, I support this motion, but I'd like us to think further about what we can do, because we need this country to return to a green and pleasant land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Could I ask Dan Boatwright-Green to stand by? And I now call on Charlie Clinton.
Hello, Conference. A few weeks ago, I was volunteering at the Welsh Harp in Brent. There's a river feeding the reservoir there. And there's a patch of that river that gets perpetually clogged up with plastic and other rubbish. It's so densely packed that it looks like it will hold the weight of a grown man. I can personally vouch for the fact that it does not. Having misjudged my footing and sunk up to my waist, I can also vouch for just how filthy that water is. The volunteer coordinator was genuinely concerned for my health. But leaving aside my close encounter with the plastic berg at the Welsh Harp, the really depressing thing is that after a few weeks, that berg will be back. We can have volunteers clean up the rubbish over and over again, but that doesn't tackle the problem. We need to fix the problems upstream, pun intended. We need the systemic change that will stop that waste ever getting into our system. At a Fringe event yesterday, Coca-Cola, the speaker from Coca-Cola, was asked how we can make, as an example, deposit return schemes viable. And his words were that it needs to be a harmonized system across the 4 nations to reduce complexity and the risk of fraud. We need to make it easy for businesses to do the right thing. Systemic solutions are needed. This motion looks to tackle this challenge and a whole raft of others, reforming the planning system with much more ambitious targets for biodiversity, reforming fishing quotas to reward more sustainable fishing practices, offering tax incentives to businesses for driving greener options, and making polluters pay, ultimately using the economy to nature's advantage, abolishing Ofwat, and finally cleaning up our rivers. This is a policy that shows real leadership on these issues and makes me proud to be a Liberal Democrat. Tomorrow, when I go back to the office where I work in sustainability at Unilever, I will be proud to tell them about the policies we passed this week. Next time I go back to the Welsh Harp, I'll be proud to tell the volunteers there, people who care about the environment, what we have done this week. And I will try not to fall in the river again. I have two quotes I'd like to share just to end what I'm going to say today. One was from a Camden Liberal Democrat called Sarah Hoyle, just the other day having a glass of wine. She said, "We are not special. We must be more humble," and she is right. Forget for a minute the benefits for us in cleaning up this environment. We simply have no right to treat the environment the way we do. If anyone says this policy is too strict or imposes too much of a burden on business, I say tough. We know it's right. And if they still object, I would quote David Attenborough to them. "We often talk of saving the planet, but the truth is that we do these things to save ourselves. With or without us, the wild will return." Conference, please vote for this motion, but more than that, please shout it from the rooftops and on the doorsteps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Could I ask Pippa Halings to stand by? And I now call on Dan Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just need to take my parliamentary candidate hat off, and I'm just going to put my group leader hat on for Wychavon District Council Lib Dems. We're a small group of 7, and I always think that we massively bat above our weight, and we have done so for a long time. We have a Conservative administration who is more concerned with making sure that they move their next step up than actually looking after our people. And our residents are furious. Every time anyone mentions green spaces, you can see the twitching, because we have seen huge amounts of development over the past 10 years, and at the moment it's likely to get worse. This week, I've left one of our new councillors, Angie, behind, where she has been on the river with her dog Doris, talking to the BBC about the absolutely appalling state that our rivers are in our area. For those who don't know Wychavon, I don't blame you, it's a very awkward name. We basically sit between the River Avon, the Severn, and kind of have Droitwich, second time Droitwich has been named, by the way, in this council, and Evesham and Pershore. We are literally flanked by the Malvern Hills and by Breeden Hill. It's an amazing area. But we have seen our hedgerows being ripped apart, and we've seen our rivers getting polluted. Angie was on that river on Sunday talking to the BBC about this. The only reason the Conservatives turned up is because Angie was there. Similarly, when we talk about making sure our hedgerows are protected, very often they'll be ripped out, and it's only been the Liberal Democrats that have stopped this happening. We lost the first 2 battles, but we won the 3rd one. And I have to say, the reason we've got Jodie as our councillor in May is that actually she was one of those people who raised the flag and we were able to stop it. Our corridors for our wildlife are being ripped up across our area, and it's something we are determined to protect. I'm really, really happy to see this motion in place because it really will give us what we need in opposition, because we can't win every council, to make sure that we will be able to take that fight to our communities and say this is what the Liberal Democrats stand for. So while I love the doubling nature from South Cambridgeshire, I did actually take that to our council, and I've never seen our Tories look so terrified in their life. Shockingly, we lost. This is a motion that I know we'll be able to use to promote Liberal values and make sure that our communities and our environment are protected. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dan. Could I ask Victoria Collins to stand by, and I now call on Councillor Pippa Heylings.
Conference, the State of Nature report about the state of our countryside and wildlife and air quality in our country will be published very soon. But it won't reveal the dire state of nature in our country. And do you know why? Because last year, when those targets that are included in that state of nature were being looked at, it was found that 16 out of our 20 targets were failing. This government, under the Tory government, failing on 16 out of 20 targets. And that includes the water quality, our national water quality target. So what did the Tory government do? They ditched the target. We will not have in the State of Nature report any reporting on the state of water quality. What we'll have is about the levels of two pollutants in our rivers. So we can find out, are the pollutant sources going down? But we cannot tell people about the quality of the water in our rivers and our chalk streams. And we cannot know about river and chalk stream health for wildlife. We need a party that speaks up for nature. And it is not the Conservatives, because having ditched net zero, Rishi Sunak is about to launch the next level of attack on nature, and it will have natural England in its eyesight. It's not the Labour government, because Labour are pretty good on climate change, not as good as us, but they are not speaking up for nature. It is Lib Dems with a bold message who want to double nature. And we can double nature because we are one of the most nature-depleted countries. And in Cambridgeshire, we found that out. The most depleted countryside, habitat, tree cover. We are also the fastest growing area in the country. So we set, whilst we're doubling GDP, we're going to double nature at the time. So we have a place where nature, people and business thrives. We now have a local nature partnership which will run the local nature recovery scheme for our area, and it has just got a £1 million fund for nature from the combined authority. This is working together where we make sure that it's about people, it's about livelihoods, it's about housing, it's about farming, all together with the natural resources that sustain it. We need a party that is standing out there to double nature, to stand up for nature, that has not just red lines when we go into government, it has green lines too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pippa. Could I ask Nick Sanford to stand by? And I now call on Victoria Collins.
My first memory of Ashridge was after a very long bike ride going up and up and up the hill through the woodland. The beautiful 5,000 acres of beech trees, rhododendrons, open fields, and views across the county have been the backdrop of walks with my loved ones, mornings to clear my head, and picnics with friends. It's cleared the air that I breathe and provided a home for the wildlife that makes my home so special. I'm now blessed to find that Ashridge estate, with the most extensive area of native beech woodland in England, and with multiple sites of scientific interest in an area of outstanding natural beauty, is right in the heart of the constituency that I stand for of Harpenden and Berkhamsted. Now, I'm sure that many of you have those special places. Vicky Slade spoke about them, Rob did. I'm sure we have that in our mind, where we take our dogs for a walk, we spend afternoons with loved ones, we picnic on a summer's day, and those natural spaces have nourished our lives in countless ways. But many of those spaces remain because people have had the audacity to protect them. Even now, the Ashridge estate is under threat, suffering from vegetation wear as feet, paws and tyres damage plants, disturb the ground and nesting birds, as well as soil erosion and litter and fly tipping. There is currently a massive project to take mitigating action to protect this area as we stand at a pivotal moment in the Ashridge estate. Our work to protect these areas, as we all know, is far from finished. And I haven't even started talking about my local chalk streams, the Lee, the Vere, the Bulbourne, that are being destroyed by raw sewage. Our nature is at a crisis point, and our Tory government is failing us. That's why I support this motion. In particular, at least doubling the protected area of nature to 16% and properly regulating our precious waterways. We must go further, however. My work with sustainability and business shows that businesses have the duty, necessity, and willingness to be part of the solution. That's why I also welcome the duty of care for businesses to protect the environment and mandating disclosure of impact on nature in financial and business sectors. Many businesses want to be part of the solution, but they need that leadership to make it happen. Nature is an antidote for the ills of our environmental impact. It's a gift we must cherish, and we must guard it for our generation and for generations to come. Our natural spaces and wildlife is at risk. We must protect, we must prevent, and we must keep growing. We must do all we can, which is why I wholeheartedly support this motion in tackling our nature crisis.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Jackie Bell to stand by? After Jackie's speech, I will take an intervention from Andrew Hudson, if you could make your way over to the intervention mic. And I now call on Nick Sanford.
Thank you very much, Conference. Like Bridget earlier in the debate, I'm here to talk about trees. I do think it's a little disappointing that you have to get to line 145 of the motion before trees are referred to. I just want to mention three aspects: planting targets, urban tree planting, and natural regeneration. In the last general election, there was almost an auction between the parties. Who could promise to plant more trees? The Tories set 30 million, Lib Dem 60 million, Greens 70 million, Labour I think was 100 million. And we have seen councils all over the country have gone for various targets to do with tree planting. Planting a certain number of trees is easy for people to comprehend, but you can easily meet the target just by planting lots of tiny saplings in fields. So as the policy paper quite rightly says, looking at tree canopy cover is a much more accurate way, and it's a much more meaningful target. The policy paper gets a bit confused there because it talks about aiming to get woodland cover to 20% by 2050, but also getting tree canopy cover to 20% by 2050. Woodland cover target is an ambitious one. I suggest to you maybe the tree planting target, that the tree canopy cover isn't quite so ambitious. So let me talk about urban trees. I think an earlier speaker said that 84% of people in the UK live in urban areas. But if you look in the land management section of the paper, you have 7 pages where urban trees aren't referred to. So I think we need to emphasise urban trees. They're really important. They provide benefits for both people and wildlife. Quite often, an urban tree is the only bit of nature that a person in an urban area comes across. They protect us against surface water flooding. They shield us from air pollution, a wide range of benefits. I just want to say a bit about natural regeneration. The charity Rewild in Britain say that we should take a natural regeneration first approach to woodland creation, and I agree with them. At its simplest, natural regeneration is a really inexpensive way of producing woodland. You basically just allow existing woodland to seed into into adjacent areas. It's the best way of expanding ancient woodland. You get less risk of introducing tree diseases by planting trees, and you get increased resilience because you get a good mix of tree species that are adapted to that location. It won't always work, and it can be supplemented by planting. And of course, actively planting trees is something that children in particular like to enjoy. So, conference, you probably gathered that I quite like trees.
Could I ask you to to bring your remarks to a close?
We need urgent action to support the to tackle climate and nature emergencies, and I urge you to support the paper, but please remember the trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So after our next speaker, we will move to an intervention, and after that, could I ask Keith Melton to stand by? I now call on Jackie Bell.
Conference. There's a fine balance between development and environment, between homes for people and space for nature. It's easy to build on green space. In East Lothian, hundreds of homes built on prime agricultural land, often out with the local development plan. The Labour Council leader, the planning convener, says it's not worth refusal. The developer will appeal, win, and cost the council money. Some Dunbar developments are amongst them examples taken by Scottish environmental charities to the Aarhus Convention, showing how the lack of third-party appeal rights in Scotland is damaging environment. When new legislation was formed recently, the ministers refused equal appeal, saying it would deter investment in Scotland. National Planning Framework 4 is meant to give protection to habitat and nature to ensure net biodiversity gain. Sadly, although only enacted in February, we've already seen East Lothian Planning Committee ignore it. The lure of golf money won from a private club using funds from 78 expensive Keller houses to build a new clubhouse. The areas are biodiverse habitat with an SSI nearby and a scheduled ancient monument. No affordable homes were included. They said it was enabling development. Some of the houses and part of the course are due to be underwater by 2040. Worse to come, the Labour Council leader, who has declared a nature crisis, chairs a trust that owns a sports centre. He's proposing vast expansion on land coming as a transfer from Taylor Wimpey and another developer related to house building. He's proposing pump track, skate park, community building, football pitches and more on an area that previous environmental reports have said should remain habitat. Construction will impact on woodland and the excavation of wetland to allow building of concrete structures. My husband, who is a research recreational designer and landscape architect, says it's bonkers. We've already seen the destruction by Taylor Wimpey of an area being used by the school as an outdoor classroom to store soil. He expects the project, although plans are still to be submitted, to go ahead. That development, it flies in the face of NPF 4. The trust itself has a charitable objective to interpret, enhance and protect natural heritage, reports to Oscar Unheard. So, conference, we need a firm planning legislation, but it must be followed by the decision makers and an appeal system that gives the community the right to appeal against decisions that will impact on the environment for generations to come. Please support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. So we'll now have a 1-minute intervention from Andrew Hudson.
Thank you. Near Barrow in Furness, a developer has submitted proposals to build a holiday park. It's close to a national nature reserve, but also close to a wildlife site and extending to the Duddon Estuary site of scientific specific interest. The site is also near the habitat of natterjack toads, which are in pools adjacent to the proposed site and are referred to in the environmental impact assessment. Any development would increase the number of visitors to the area. Now, I've had arguments said that the development would bring jobs and prosperity to the area, and that people like me are NIMBYs. Now, these are kind of arguments you're going to be up against with it, when a developer wants to throw money at a site and that's lucrative. And you also got very wary with the councillors in that any councillor on the planning committee commenting too much in advance, you could render yourself open to illegal challenge and an appeal.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Could I ask Tim Farron to stand by, and I now call on Keith Melton.
Conference. I've been addressing Liberal Conference and Liberal Democrat Conference since the early 1970s, but this is the first time I've addressed the conference as an elected councillor. I am councillor for Trent Ward in Newark and Sherwood district, and my council seat covers about 10 miles of the River Trent. The River Trent was demoted from being the 8th most polluted river to being the 7th most polluted river last year, and I would dearly love to get it to blue flag status, but that's perhaps a little bit too ambitious. This is the first time I'm addressing conference as a portfolio holder. I'm the portfolio holder for climate change and net zero, and I am very anxious to be ambitious. My officers keep telling me I'm very ambitious in my plans. But I would like to double the tree cover in Newark and Sherwood. Now, the benefit of Newark and Sherwood is it has Sherwood Forest as part of its patrimony. And I would love to make sure that we double the tree cover. But we also need to look after the heathland that is part of Sherwood Forest as well. There are glowworms to be seen. And we need to look after the diversity that we've already got, as well as doubling the biodiversity net gain. So I urge you to support this motion. It is an excellent motion, but more than that, I would urge you to make sure that nature crisis and the environment and the climate crisis are placed at the top of our agenda in the manifesto going forward into the general election. We are not perceived by the general public as being as environmental as we actually are. This is an extremely important issue, and I urge you to vote strongly for this motion and carry it forward into the general election. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. After Tim's speech, we'll move on to the summation of the motion as the amendment has been agreed by the motion movers. Tim.
Thank you. If Rishi Sunak is remembered at all, it will be for his cop-out last week. His decision to downgrade environmental action in a desperate, futile attempt to grub for votes in the gutter. His decision that our children and grandchildren can be betrayed, our natural environment destroyed, the climate catastrophe neither mitigated nor prevented, all because some red wall backbenchers whined about meat taxes that do not exist or having 7 bins. Conference, if we did have 7 bins, the Tories can get in every flipping one of them. A weak Prime Minister making puny short-term choices because he fears that he hasn't got much of a future and is therefore happy to trash the future of our natural environment and of our children who will depend upon it. How we treat nature is crucial as to whether we will be seen as having spent our time on this planet well. Yet every year we see species declining, hedgerows disappearing, forests destroyed. But nothing sums up the Tories' failure to protect our natural environment more than its failure to prevent water companies getting away with dumping raw sewage into our rivers, coastlines and lakes, including England's largest lake, Windermere, at the heart of our communities in Westmoreland. Let's be clear, the sewage crisis is political. Water companies have pocketed bill payers' money, failed to invest in infrastructure, chosen to pay themselves huge bonuses and dished out massive dividends to their shareholders, all because the Tory government lets them. The sewage scandal is a threat to our natural environment, killing animals, plant life and whole ecosystems. It is a threat to public health, but it is also a monumental injustice. Rich companies able to exploit the natural environment because the government is too weak to stand up to them. You see, for those of us in the Lake District, the quality of our waterways is not just political, it is personal. We will not stand idly by while powerful companies, spineless Tories conspire to poison our most precious natural asset. Because as local governments, local communities get outraged, we see the Conservatives backing away from protecting our natural environment and tackling the climate emergency. Contrast that outrage and passion with Sunak's craven, puny choice to go limp on nature and on climate change. Even the eco-warrior Boris Johnson has slagged him off for losing his nerve. Indeed, Uxbridge seems to be playing a role here. The by-election result tells us a couple of things. Mostly, it tells us that Labour are rubbish at by-elections. So get yourselves down to mid-beds and help Emma. But it has also taught Labour to get more timid on the environment, failing to push back on Tory culture wars and being absent on sewage dumping, keeling over in the Lord while Lib Dems took the lead. But defending nature is in our nature. We will not be backing down. We'll champion biodiversity, water quality, climate action, because whether we are remembered for it or not, we are determined that we leave our country and our planet in a decent state for the generations who follow. Please support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. After the summation, we will move to the vote. For those online, the vote on the amendment is now open.
Conference, I first stood on this stage with Kate Parminter to propose and close a motion on the environment nearly 7 years ago. And in it, the Liberal Democrats were before the Conservatives, before Labour, in proposing legally binding targets to restore nature, long-term agroecological revolution in the farmed environment and local nature recovery from the bottom up. Those targets to restore nature in England are now the law. We are the first country in the world to set such targets. We now have local nature recovery strategies, and just last week, Kate Parminter led amendments to the Levelling Up Bill that strengthened the legal link between local nature recovery strategies and the planning system. Fantastic work. But Conference, I want to let you into a dark secret. This party may have led, but the Liberal Democrats didn't do it alone. There were actually parliamentarians across all sides of Parliament who stood up and supported these brave actions. I'm thinking of people like John Randall on the Conservative benches, Barbara Young on the Labour benches, Caroline Lucas, Lord Krebs, Lady Willis. There were some fantastic parliamentarians across all sides of the House who stood up for nature and climate. And I think it's right, as environmentalists, that we thank people, whatever party they come from. We should. But the reason I start with that is because over the last few weeks, all of that has changed. The Conservative Party brought in proposals to strip away protections for our rivers that look after our most important sensitive wildlife sites for rivers. The Office for Environmental Protection, the government's own watchdog, said that this would be a clear regression in law. The RSPB, the National Trust and the Wildlife Trust said it would be the worst weakening of environmental law for decades. Then, of course, we went on to see the net zero moment last week, and that stripped away some extremely important pillars of that cross-party consensus. Of course, some of the things that stripped away don't matter because they didn't exist anyway, but some of the things that were stripped away were real losses. Of course, I'm thinking of electric cars, the insulation plans, gas boiler changes. And then, perhaps the worst of all, this moment really undermined that sense that climate and nature action is something for a cross-party consensus here in the UK. And so it's into that void that the Liberal Democrats now need to step with radical policies to look after nature and turn around the decline of biodiversity by the end of this decade. And the Prime Minister was right about one thing last week. He said, in excuse for what he was proposing, that people didn't understand what they were going into. And he was right to say that we should never take environmental reforms for granted. We should never try and hoodwink people about the things we're doing. We should be open and upfront about it and bring people along with us. And that's why, in this moment of summation today, I want to tell you guys just how radical some of the things are in this paper and make sure that we do go into it with our eyes open. Let's think about it. The government has found in its own figures that 1/3 of people don't have access to a healthy natural environment within 15 minutes walk of home. That is shocking. It's a terrible social injustice. 40,000 people die prematurely from air pollution in this country every year. This is a serious social justice issue. And what do we see the government do by way of access to natural green space? Nothing at all. In this paper, we propose not to weaken the environmental rights situation in the UK, which government has been flirting with by talking about exiting from the European Convention on Human Rights. Instead, we say that access to a healthy natural environment should be a human right for everyone. And we go on to talk about some other things that are extremely hard. Doubling nature is not easy. We know already that only about 38% of our SSSIs are in good condition as it stands, and they only cover 8% of England. What's the government done? Well, it's stripped away the budgets of the Environment Agency and Natural England, who are responsible for going out to look after those places. Indeed, 2/3 of our SSSIs haven't even been assessed by Natural England in the last decade. How can we possibly think about turning things around with that record in place? This paper proposes not only that we invest in the restoration and improvement of those existing sites to look after them and restore the abundance to those places that are meant to be our most precious places for nature, but that we go on and expand that network, doubling the space for nature. And that's something that will be a huge challenge. We've seen even over the last few weeks that every new SSSI designation is something to be cherished and fought for, and we'll need to do that with the consent of communities, and that's why local Liberal action, working with communities to bring them along, is essential. Third, we've talked about changes to the planning system. Now, if you don't know them, the habitats regulations are perhaps our most important nature protection laws here in the UK. And it's those laws that the government has taken aim at with its nutrient neutrality protections. In fact, it hasn't just aimed to do that through one law. The government has accrued to ministers 4 new powers to weaken the habitats regulations over the last year. We think that planning for nature should not be undermined but strengthened. And that's why you'll find bold policies in this paper that suggest that every public authority with a bearing on nature should have the Climate Change Act and the Environment Act targets at its core as part of its purpose for delivery. And we're not simply suggesting here that we simply offset the harm that development does to nature, because that's what the government's net gain proposals would amount to. We're suggesting increasing that ambition so that in some cases 100% net gain applies to new developments, so that we're not just offsetting green fig leaf over what's going wrong, we're actually bringing the private sector on board to restore nature, and we'll do that across the economy. And finally, when we think about the machinery of government, we've heard that it's really important to make sure that every sector of the economy is brought on board. The government did a good thing in commissioning the Dasgupta review on the economics of biodiversity. And in it, Professor Siddhartha Dasgupta found that we simply cannot go on extracting from the state of nature in the way we do and hope that nature is going to somehow keep giving back to us. We're taking 2.5 planets worth of natural resources out of our natural environment, and we're not giving enough back. So look through the policy document here, and you'll find that we're proposing serious reform to the machinery of government. Things like a natural capital budget to sit alongside the normal budget, so that we're not just valuing GDP, we're not just valuing traditional measures of wealth, we're valuing the state of our natural environment and all that it does for us as one of the most important measures of our success as a society. Taken together, these measures in the policy are radical, but they need to be. We've heard that 15% of species in the UK are at risk of extinction. 40,000 premature deaths from air pollution every year. Not a single river overall in good condition. And just 3% of sites on land and 8% of our sea properly protected for nature against a government target of 30%. So let's follow the Prime Minister's advice. Let's go into this with our eyes open. If you think those policies are too radical, don't vote for this motion. If you think we shouldn't be doubling space for nature, walk away now. If you think we shouldn't be reforming the machinery of government so that we're not putting nature at the heart of every single decision, then please oppose when you lift your badges up in a minute or two. But if, on the contrary, you agree with those people who've spoken today and you see that this is fundamental to the future of our economy, fundamental to social justice, and fundamental as our responsibilities as stewards of our natural environment, then please don't just vote for the motion, take it to the doorstep, and let's put the Liberal Democrats back at the vanguard of nature recovery, where they're supposed to be.
Thanks very much to Richard Benwell there. We now move to the votes, and we'll start off with a vote on Amendment 1. We've already launched the online vote, so if I could see all those in favour of Amendment 1 in the hall, please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. And all those against Amendment 1. Okay, based on that and the votes online, that amendment is clearly carried. We now move to the vote on the motion as amended. So could I see all those in the hall in favour of the motion? And all those against? We will just wait for the online vote to come in. And the motion is clearly carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my aides, Eleanor Kelly and Sam Barrett, and we now move on to the next agenda item, which is a speech by Lisa Smart.
Is everybody ready to take their seats? If not, conversations would be best outside the auditorium, if you don't mind, please. Thank you, everybody. We've now looking forward to hearing from the wonderful Lisa Smart, who is going to turn Hazel Grove yellow. Hey.
So when I was 15, I raised my hand when my formidable English teacher asked for volunteers from my class for some of us to join our school's public speaking team. And I went to a Catholic comp, and I was really never much cop at netball or hockey. So I thought, well, scrapping it out with all the local schools just by talking was much more up my street. So our teacher asked me to go home over the weekend and write a speech about something I cared about. Bring her the first draft on Monday morning. So Monday morning came, I piled into school, holding the draft. I was really, really proud of the work I'd done over the weekend. I'd researched it, I'd written a draft, and I'd put together what I thought was a really strong, liberal case that addressed a thorny issue that was a really hot topic amongst the Year 10s. And it was really clear to 15-year-old me that decriminalising certain recreational activities was absolutely the way the country should be going. So my teacher took the draft, thanked me, and said she just might give it a bit of a tweak, give it a polish, if you like. And I was really excited to see what she'd do with it. So when it came back, though, my teacher had completely flipped over the speech, and what I'd argued in favour of decriminalising, the speech was now forcefully making the completely opposite case. And my teacher reasoned with me that we were entering a competition being run by the Business and Professional Women's Public Speaking Association. This was an organisation filled with very conservative women, and that's conservative with both a small and a large C. So think about lots of twin sets, pearls as far as the eye can see. And we were up against all of the local private schools to boot. And I didn't believe what was in this new speech. That wasn't how I felt. But we went to the competition, I delivered the speech, and I won. I won the prize for the best main speaker in the Northwest. And that should have felt absolutely great. But it felt really hollow because I didn't believe in what I'd said. And that has stayed with me ever since. Now, every person in this room, I am sure, is here because we believe. We believe, and we want to be part of getting our country back on track. But for us Lib Dems, it can be tough, right? The die isn't always cast in our favour. The hopeless first-past-the-post system, layers of vested interest, and a media landscape that isn't always wanting to hear what we have to say. But we keep going because it really matters. And like me, you might believe that the most important thing for our country right now is to get rid of this appalling Conservative government. And you might want to get rid of them because they're just plain wrong on ideological grounds, like the way they drove the economy off a cliff with their swivel-eyed mini-budget, or their desperate search for wedge issues to whip up a fake culture war in the grubby hunt in the gutter for votes. Or it might be the utterly shameful way they treat those seeking asylum. And it might be because you oppose them and absolutely everything they stand for, or it might be because they're just not very good. This Conservative government is so spectacularly incompetent that school roofs are collapsing because they failed to fix them. Our NHS and care system is on its knees, and water companies are allowed to pump raw sewage into our rivers with impunity on this Tory government's watch. Now, I've had big jobs in international finance and I've run multi-million-pound charities and done brilliant things like sent girls to school in sub-Saharan Africa. And in pretty much any other line of work, this lot would have been sacked long ago for gross incompetence. So whether it's because they're heartless or just blooming hopeless, each and every one of us in this room has a moral imperative to remove this Conservative government at the next election, and it cannot come soon enough. But you might be sitting there thinking, well, what difference can one person make? What difference can one MP make? And I'm lucky enough to be the Lib Dem candidate for Hazel Grove, which is, of course, the finest constituency in the land. And I follow in the mighty footsteps of Andrew Stunnell, who was our Lib Dem MP for 18 years before he retired in 2015. And Andrew helped thousands of people during his time. But there's one story that always sticks with me when I'm asked what difference can one MP make. So towards the end of his time as our MP, Andrew helped a couple. They were battling to get a round of IVF, and the rules weren't the same everywhere. The couple was hitting brick wall after brick wall, and it took Andrew fighting their corner to get the rules changed so that they could get what they needed. And the IVF round was successful. And just before he retired, Andrew went along to their baby son's first birthday party. And Lib Dems at every level, whether it's council, the Senedd, the Scottish Parliament, or our Westminster Parliament, we get stuff done. And it might be we get that really irritating pothole fixed. It might be that we protect some green space. It might be that we save the hospital. But this example that I gave is about someone who would not have existed had it not been for that one MP. So yes, absolutely, one extra MP really can make all the difference. That little boy is now heading off to secondary school. And as is right and proper, his mum has a regular Lib Dem delivery round. So that increasingly big boy and those like him are the reasons why we need to get Lib Dems elected. And those of you who've been to any of the brilliant training sessions over this conference will know that we do that by targeting our efforts and targeting our resources in the areas we can make the most impact. We need to be laser focused on getting the maximum possible number of Lib Dems elected at the next general election. I want to see the maximum number of Lib Dems on those green benches. And that means we all of us, need to campaign in our nearest target seat. We in this room, we're the fortunate ones. We know what we believe. We know what can get our country back on the right track. And we found our cause worth fighting for. And the way we get there, the way we fill those green benches, get Lib Dems elected, is by giving liberal solutions to the problems our communities face. We need to listen to our communities and fight for them on the issues they care about. Policy think tanks already exist. Campaign pressure groups already exist. NIT and NATA groups already exist. We are the Liberal Democrats. We are a political party, and we exist to fight and win elections so that we can serve and empower our communities to get stuff done. The more of us we get elected, the more liberal future our country can have. And it's no secret that most of the places we're fighting to win are currently held by the Conservatives. There are some held by the SNP, of course, a few where we're facing Labour, but we're mostly fighting the Conservatives at the next general election. But what may come as a surprise to some is that we're fighting some of those seats in the north of England. Yes, lots of our effort will be in London and the South East, where many communities are feeling really let down by this Conservative government, and we Lib Dems are best placed to defeat them. It's the blue wall. But what if I told you that this feeling of being let down, feeling neglected, feeling taken for granted, reaches far further than an hour's rail journey from Euston? That in the north, this being taken for granted was layered on top of sustained underinvestment in our infrastructure. It's on top of some much trumpeted but often underwhelming devolution deals that still leave communities having to ask for scraps from the Westminster table. The North deserves better. In the north of England, in Cumbria, in Yorkshire, and absolutely in Hazel Grove, we are fighting, and we are fighting to win. I first stood for Parliament in Hazel Grove in 2015, and lots of you will remember it wasn't our most successful election. It was a long campaign, it was a gruelling campaign, and like many of you, I'm sure, I felt pretty broken by the result. And the best way I can describe losing an election that you have put your absolute heart and soul into is something close to a bereavement. And it's made even worse when you see the voting record that is utterly appalling of the person who won. And it's made even worse when you see the shocking mess they're making of running our country. So it was in the aftermath of that 2015 election, I was feeling pretty despairing about the state of the nation and at the fate of our party, that I was going through some papers that my mum had found while she was clearing out the loft. And I was working my way through the 5 stages of grief. And in the back of my mind, I knew I needed to get around to thinking about my future and what role I might play. And I pulled out some of the papers from the loft, and they'd probably been in there 20 years or so. And I saw the handwriting of a 15-year-old me. And it was my notes. It was the opening lines from that speech that I gave all those years ago, that prize-winning speech that left me utterly determined to stick to my beliefs, and I knew what I had to do. That speech, and the way that speech made me feel, is why I'm here today. You and I are here because we believe. We believe that every single extra Lib Dem we can get elected can transform the lives of the people we represent. We believe that liberalism is the key to unlocking our nation's potential. We believe that our country deserves so much better than this Conservative government. Our country is desperate for change. Our country is depending on us. We need to believe in ourselves, get out there and make it happen. Thank you.
What a rallying call there. So if you live near Hazel Grove, remember what you have to do before the general election is called. Your help is needed from now till the end of polling, 10 p.m. on polling day. So we couldn't elect a better MP for Hazel Grove. Lisa, you know I'll be there. So now, thanks very much, Lisa, for that wonderful speech. We now have a lunch break until 14:10, 2:10 in Old Money, and when somebody else has got something to say to us. So you've go and enjoy the next hour or so, either in Fringes or have a lunch, and be back here for 2:10.